having an amazing day. Today, we're gonna be drawing. Just drawing. You know, some fun stuff. We are, well, I say we. I am going to be drawing, well, the remaster of the Shade. Now, I did draw the Shade before, if you guys didn't know. And the Shade drawing I initially did was traditionally, so I do not have a digital copy of it. But I do have it. I have it sitting right beside me, and I'm going to be remastering it in the style I currently have because, well, it has changed a little bit. But let me go ahead and bring you guys to the Digi drawings scene. Yes, that is what I have my scene named. It's the Digi drawing scene. We don't talk about my naming strategies. But we're going to be doing some drawing. If you guys were on the last drawing stream, or at least the one where it was mostly Elden Ring, but we had, I think, a good 10-15 minutes in the very beginning of drawing. I made this general sketch, and then all I did off camera was legitimately just copy this, flip it, so that way we have the same proportions just for the backside. And we're going to go from there. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I really like doing these kinds of things. It's not all the time that I can do that, and I really wish I could hide this. There we go. Now I can see that my voice is actually being seen instead of, well, being muted the entire time and you guys being like, what? Why is this so quiet? Why is there just silent music in the background? Because that would not be so great. Okay. These are on separate ones, so I want to condense this down. And I'm just going to do a general sketch of what the clothes are going to be, because I don't want to commit to an outline and be like, oh, wait, that's not going to fit this. Hi, Twonkerbell. Okay. But yeah, today we're going to be, you know what, I should really, you know what? We don't talk about my handwriting here. But I'll make an official thing later. But for now, I'll be able to scroll out and be like, this is what we're doing. Instead of being like, oh yes, this tiny little thing in the top left corner is totally going to be enough for you guys to be like, what are we drawing? Why are we doing this? Okay, let's go ahead. You know what? I'll do red for the clothes. When I first designed the Shade, I have them in a hoodie, and it looks like jeans of some sort, which isn't too bad. I think I want to do a little bit more with it, but I remember it was a zip-up hoodie. Well, I say I remember it, but it's legitimately right to the right of me. I haven't fixed my camera yet, so I can't legitimately show you guys. But there is, I believe I did do it I did do the original drawing on stream at one point. It's going to be one of the earlier drawing streams. Hi, Lily. But you'll be able to see it. The link in the description is for the last time that I actually did this version of the drawing. I need to actually link the one that is in the other area. Oh no. Will I be able to do said thing? Alright. No! Mute. Okay. I'm gonna quickly link the original one real quick. And it should be... Oh, there it is. It was actually the last traditional one that we did. That's actually fun. Okay. And I'll quickly go pop, and it'll be previous drawing and let's do first drawing on this piece. That's how you spell piece. Is that how you spell piece? You know what? I'll worry about it later because it's not saying that it's wrong, so it's fine. But both of the links are in the description for if you guys want to check that out. And I need to actually open you guys up so I can actually see you guys. There we go. Perfect. But I definitely want to keep the zip-up hoodie because I feel like that kind of fits with a shade. I don't know why. I don't have a reason. I just feel like it kind of does. So let's just make a general kind of little sketch about how our clothes are going to work. Thankfully, I have a lot of experience drawing baggy stuff because, well, my persona draws a. My persona draws a. Ah, yes. My persona has a baggy hoodie of sorts, so it's a pullover hoodie, but still is a hoodie. And let's have it kind of go down and have some actual pull to it. There we go. I don't know why, but the pose doesn't look quite right for this. Something about it doesn't feel right. Which is fine. It looks like I'm trying to draw it from an angle. That might also be another thing that's making this feel off. Let's see how I can fix this. So let me go to, you know what? Let's do green. I don't know why I'm going to random colors for each of these, but you know what? As long as it's different and I can actually tell what I'm drawing, it doesn't really matter. As long as it's not black or the background color, which is currently white, it should be fine. I need to have... You know what? I think we're going to revamp this a little. Let's have it instead... have both arms not in pockets. Why is one arm lower than the other? Bop, bop. We need them to be doing something with their hands. And the pocket isn't feeling right, or maybe it's because of our hand right here. And also the fact that if this is front facing, we wouldn't have the fabric pulled exactly like that. Makes it look like this shoulder is more in front. Okay. Let's see here. Let's do... You know what? Let's have them holding something. In the original drawing, I have them kind of holding their arm, kind of like they're more self-conscious. Uh, but I don't think I want them to be super self-conscious. I think I want them just to be more introverted. Not that they're anxious or anything, just not wanting to interact with others, because we've had so many shades that have been relatively aggressive and not that shy, but we've also had several shades that have just not done anything. So I'm thinking maybe, you know what? A book. Let, let's have them holding a book. We'll figure out what type of book later, but they'll be holding a book instead. And let's make this a little bit more relaxed, because it seems like their arm is too out. So let's instead make it so that it goes more back, like we're actually looking at them. So their hand would be going toward us. And the majority of this arm is it's going to look shrunk, but it's going to be just because it's bent, and the elbow is going to be further behind where we would usually see it if it was just normal. So that should be a better pose. So let's just do pop. And then let's go ahead and no, not the whole canvas. No. Flip the layer vertically. Just so we can have this sketch for the other side as well. There we go. And then we just have to do a few different things. Because on this side, we'd actually see the thumb and not the other fingers. There we go. You know what? Yeah, I feel like that adds a little bit more life to it. I'm happier with that. I'm going to lower the opacity a bit, just so we can keep the hoodie itself, but change the positioning. There we go. And you know what? This is the one that's going to be the most, not stressed, but the one that's going to be more scrunched, because it's going to be a little bit higher up, just due to the fact that they're holding up something rather than, well, being relaxed over here. And then this one will have the sleeve. There we go. And this one seems to be a little bit further out than the other one, and you know what? That works. That definitely works in my favor. So something more like that? I think the only reason why I'm going to be changing it up a bit here is because I want to be able to make sure I can distinguish the arms from the rest of it, because I need to figure out how to make this... No, not the whole thing. There we go. Perfect. And then, of course, we're going to have the hoodie itself. There we go. And then we can have the actual zipper, and we can, well, yeah, we can get rid of this. Because you know what? I'm actually kind of happy with the arms for the most part. This area is a little odd, but you know what? This is a sketch. It doesn't have to be perfect. And then we're going to have our shirt underneath. And you know what? If you were to think of a shade from Phasmophobia, what do you think would be on their shirt? Because I have a feeling probably some sort of logo shirt, so... Logo shirt of some kind. And logo shirt being like, I don't know, rubber duck, or skulls, or any of the above. I feel like that's what a shade would wear. Of course, this would not be like the most casual shade, because the most casual shade that I drew is actually just in their scary form, so to speak. I labeled it scary. And it's just them in like a bathrobe and slippers. And you know what? Seems pretty comfy, in all fairness. Okay. Oh, I did the same orange. You know what? That's fine. Let's go ahead and... Ah! You know what? It's fine. I can erase that. It wasn't too much. So we have the hood. And that should be a good sketch. Why did I did that on the wrong layer. You know what? I guess we're going to switch it up when it turns around. Well, I can't really do that because I have the lowered opacity for a reason. Fine, I'll do it on a new layer. And on this one, it goes back slightly. So it's going to be a bit bigger. There we go. Probably should shrink it down when it gets to the front. So something more like this. You know what? All in all, it works. Why do I have them leveled? I guess I guess the shoulder doesn't need to go up because they're just standing and holding their arm a little bit to the side. They're not actually like lifting it up or anything. So I guess that would make sense because if you were to raise your arm up, your whole body kind of shifts. But since he's not lifting it up, it's just kind of at shoulder level. It should be fine. There we go. That you know what? No, not let's not do oh. Let's not do tight cuffs around the arms. Let's do more so loose, like it's worn. Like the elastic is kind of on there, but it's not necessarily doing a whole lot. So it's older. So something like this. Because it's going to be of probably a thinner material. Because if you want to be able to wear it all year round, you're going to want it to be a thinner material so you don't overheat. Because overheating would be very bad. Then again, it's a shade. Freezing temps is one of their evidence cases, so I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if it was a little thicker than probably just a random zip up, but you know what? Yeah. And that means we wouldn't have probably that. It would probably just pool lower instead. So it'd probably come out and then pool at the bottom. And that means we wouldn't have the almost boxiness of the fabric, I'd say. Sure, I'm the one adding the boxiness, but that works. And then over here, instead of having it be where it's like this, where it's almost just a curve, it'll be more like this, just because the fabric's pooling down. Or at least that's my thought process anyway. And then we can kind of just make it so it has more fluidity. Is that the word I'm looking for? You know what? It works. Where it feels a little bit more flowy than anything. So it could be something to this effect. You know what? Yeah, I actually really like that. Except for the fact that over here, it's contradicting. So we need to have it pool around more so like this. But it's also, is it close enough to the body that that's going to be covered? I guess the only way to tell is by actually sketching it out. You know what? Sure. Let's go ahead and make the initial sketch a little bit lighter just so we can see the edits onto it much better. There we go. So if it's going to be, you know what? If it's going to be old and well worn and loose, it's going to just kind of slow down. It's not going to have much of a there won't be too many rigid folds. Because of course we'll have the pull over here because we're going to have their hand in the pocket. But it's not going to have anything too much. I'm going to need to make the hem a little bit lower. Because I'm fairly certain the hem of the hoodie would not be that close to the pocket. I feel like it'd be a little bit lower. Plus it needs to be a little bit longer. So most of the pull is actually going to be towards the hand that's pulling it. Meaning that this side is going to be a little bit tighter to the body than the other. Just for the simple fact of this is getting pulled towards this hand. So something along the lines of this, while this side's going to be more lax. In fact, if it is lax on this end, we could probably just have it to where it kind of pulls down, because I would assume that they would basically have a lot of fabric, and then, of course, you'd have the elastic at the bottom. I could see this being worn out just by random fidgeting or just rolling up your sleeves, stuff like that. But the hem of this, if they bought it so that way it would be bigger than what they actually need, it probably wouldn't be stretched all too bad. So it'd probably keep a fair chunk of its elastic, making it so it can, well, keep its shape better than the sleeves themselves. So something along the lines of that. You know what? All things considered, I think that's not too bad. However, where is... Ah, there it is. I'm going to lower the opacity just a tad. And instead of where it's at right now, we're going to have it pull a little bit more to the side. Which does mean I'm also going to need to fix this center line. But that's fine. Because we're going to fix the center line anyway, just because of the fact that we have the fabric kind of tensing. There we go. That's going to be a better line than what we initially had. So we can get rid of this through line in the center. There we go. That should be a lot better. Another thing we can probably do that will actually help a little bit is, instead of having it just be flat, is to pull this up. So you know what? I'll pull this up slightly and we can fix the edges later. But we can instead have it like this, and then it's going to basically dip lower where the hand actually is. So instead of it being flat, we'll have it go from here and curve down more where the hand is. Like this. Much better. I like that. Okay. And now we just need to do it on this side, but the back. So since all the tension's going up front, let's have it so it kind of gets pulled a little bit more to this side as well, even on the back. Not as much as the front does, but there'll still be a little bit more tension than normal. And let's get this side. You know what? If it's that much of a tension pull that's folding, like it is up here, it'd be visible on this side. There's nothing visible on this side, so there we go. I do need to... Oh, no. There we go. I do need to move this over a little. Just for the simple fact of it was a little too close to the actual frame. There we go. And then there could be a little bit of just fabric folding because you're moving your arm. Your clothes move as you move. So just a little bit over there, but most of the tension is going to be towards the front. Because the bottom is right over here in the front, Let's do a yellow. You know what? Why not? Let's do a yellow. I'm going to put this after the blue, but under everything else. That's the bottom, and we need the back of the area to be around here. There we go. Much better. This is... Okay, it's all on the same. Got it. And then over here, we're going to have some of the fabric pool. And because the elastic's still going to be strong on the bottom, even though it's not going to be actually pulled taut or anything like that, it'll still have that structure. You know what? Let's make it kind of dip a little. Not too much, but a little. Something along those lines. And we actually need to go the other way. Where it curves, goes down a little bit more on this end. There we go. Okay, maybe that's a bit too much tension. It looks like they're trying to pull their shirt a little bit forward. That is not what they're doing. And because that's actually going to be in front, we can actually draw this part, and we can actually kind of get rid of the sleeve. But you know what? For now, the sleeve can stay. It'll just be lower opacity. We're over here. Let's fix it a little bit. There we go. You know what? I'm actually kind of proud of that. I mean, sure, it's not too much, but you know what? Fabric can sometimes be difficult, so I am proud of that. Hmm. Hi, Blue. How are you? Did you get some sleep? Oh, it's not? Are you gonna make me play the guessing game? But Bun or nugget? Which one? Who are you? Who are you? Ah. Hi, Nugget. I was wondering, I was like, wait, didn't Blue go to bed? Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Okay, you know what? Let's do more of a teal of sorts for the sketch of the pants. That is not where the back of the shoe is actually going to go, but you know what? That's fine. I don't know why, but I kind of do want to do the shoes a little bit. It won't be too much of the shoe, because I think I'm just going to leave it at a simple, probably untied shoe of sorts. I don't know why I'm going to have it be untied, but you know what? Why not? Sometimes you forget to tie your shoes and then it's picture day. I don't know why you'd be having a full body picture day, but you know what? The Shade is having a picture day. I'm intrigued and concerned. Which one should I be? Because I feel like it can fall under many lines. You know what? Having them be a little untied and unkempt with their shoes just makes it look like they don't go for walks often. Like they mostly stay inside. Which, you know what? Fair. I can vibe with that. Because sometimes you don't want to go outside. Especially right now because it's still like sure summer's almost over, but the summer heat is not gone. That works. That definitely works. I'm gonna have to swap out. Well, not actually swap out. I'm not gonna swap them, but I am going to, however, just make this a tiny bit bigger. Move this further down. And then make this one a tiny bit smaller and move it. Well, I actually don't have to move it all that much. Just move it a bit forward. So that way it looks like we're seeing the backside over here, but it's the same pose. Okay. How about pop? You know what? Yeah, that should be good just for base sketch of perspective. And then we could do pop. And it's only the top bit that is not fully... Okay, that makes it look like the entire tongue of the shoe is not on their foot. That would be a little off. But I am going to have it be a little bit more out than the other side. So they really need to fix their laces. Because that's a really... You know what? Maybe they really do need to fix their laces. And then up. Around here we'll have the toe of the shoe. That doesn't look right, but you know what? Considering the fact I'm doing my best to make it so it is relatively similar but flipped, I'm not gonna complain too much. You have to make sure that we actually have an okay curve, though. So go. This is actually going to be on the other side, so we're not going to have that much of a curve. So let's do something more like this. Because this is going to be the outer side of the shoe. Something about that doesn't seem entirely right. But it might just be the angle of this. So we change it just a tad, move it over. Yeah, that looks a whole lot better. But still, seriously, we gotta tell the Shade that they need to either relace their shoes or just fix the tongue of their shoe. Depends on whether or not I draw the laces fully, like, on there, and there's just laces on the sides, or if there's no laces at all. If there's no laces at all, we need to get some shoelaces for him. And then we're going to have the back of the shoe. Right about here. And you know what? Since both sides seem to kind of tilt a little, just because there's no laces kind of holding them together, I'll have it so it's kind of asymmetrical on the back. So it shows that the shoe itself is kind of bending. You know what? Yeah, because I feel like the Shade would only leave their house if they were forced to. Otherwise, they're just chilling, reading a book, not really wanting anyone to come in. But when people do come in, unless it's like someone they want to have in their space, then they'll be kind of aggressive like they are in the actual game, where they'll be like, dang it, you're in my room, but I can't do anything because you're in my room. But once you go, oh hey, I'm gonna no longer be in your room, then they'll be like, rah, because you're no longer in the room, and they can hunt then. And you know what? Comfy slacks. I like how I said I was going to use this color for the pants, and then I decided not to use said color for the slacks. I used it for the shoes. You know what? It got the shoes down, so I guess I really don't have anything to say about that. Hmm. Let's do, because in the original drawing I have jeans. I feel like jeans would be a little bit too restrictive. I feel like they're just kind of in it for comfort. So if they have to go out, they'll just put on some like comfy slacks, but not really want to wear anything too much. And you know what? Let's have it to where, why is this underneath why are the shoes over the pants? Okay. Apparently the shoes were over the pants in the sketching. I feel like the fabric would probably get caught in the tongue of the shoe. But I will say, I feel like if the Shade really wanted to, they could definitely dress up. Like, they can clean themselves up really nice, but they don't really want to all the time, so they just kind of wear whatever they want until that one time where it's like, oh hey, can you dress a little bit nicer for like a function of sorts? And then they like pull on this full like gear of like being fancy, and then it just throws everyone off because it's like, whoa, we haven't seen you wear this kind of stuff ever. And the Shade's just like, I don't really have to because I'm comfy. But I might as well because, well, it's, I don't know, someone's graduation or something to that sort. Something of that sort. It dips down to, it looks like probably just below the heel. Which does mean that I hope that they never go outside in this specific attire when it's raining. Because their pants would be soaked. Like, sure, it's not touching the ground, but depending on how you walk, their pants are going to get soaked. And that would suck. You know what? I think I know why that looks so weird. This is full fronting, full forward fronting. This is full side fronting. So it does seem a little odd. But can I pull it off? Potentially. You know what? Now I really feel like I need to also draw the Shade in their fancy attire just for the simple fact of showing, hey, they can actually dress up. They just don't want to. They're comfy. They're comfy, they're reading their book, and they're annoyed that someone finished them reading their book when they were on a really intense chapter. And so they're, well, being a Shade, being really quiet, and then waiting for the right moment to strike when the player is, in fact, well, not in the room, so they can actually put their plan into action. In all fairness, this actually looks really comfy. Like, maybe not the hoodie itself, because I really like pullover hoodies personally, but the pants look really comfy. That is not how you do that. Nope. You know what? Let's do Bop. Since I shifted their structure down a little bit, either that or these are big pants that are being held up by some really stretchy elastic, I would assume. They have a really long torso. How did it take me this long to realize I have a really long torso? You know what? Instead of doing this, how about we actually move this up a little bit so it fits more with the original structure we have planned, so they don't have an extremely long torso. Just the longest. Ah! No! Back to the other color. We don't need very neon yellow-green on the pants for no reason. You know what? This kind of works because this leg is a bit farther forward than the other. So that does fit. However, I do want to kind of fix this. You know what? That works. That works. And you know what? That is a very forward pocket. Let's have some very big pockets. Or at least on this side, it'll be pronounced. Well, yeah, on that side, it'll be pronounced because they actually have something in said pocket. So, kind of do something like that. And let's say they have. You know what? Maybe they just have a flashlight or something in their pocket. You never know when you're gonna need a flashlight. What if the power goes out and you need a flashlight to read the book? You know what? In all fairness, maybe that's what the Shade does. Just has a flashlight on hand so they can continue reading their book. Because they turned off the power, so the ghost hunters that are invading their house and their room will go away so they can continue reading their book. I can see it. Okay. And this is going to be from the other perspective. There we go. You know what? Let's not have it folded too much, but it is still going to be behind the tongue of the shoe. And then let's do this. Because the knees have been shifted up ever so slightly. Well, not really the knees themselves, but more so where the fabric is going. There we go. And from this side, we have a bit of the curve. But you know what? I mean, sure, it's still part of the curve, but it will be more so. You will have a black line up here, but we won't have the black line all the way around like we will over here. As long as I remember that. But I think that will be fine. It looks way baggier on this side. How did I manage that? In all fairness, it's probably a little bit to do with this. Since the tongue is more out on this side, I tried to make it so it would have the curved line through the tongue, or behind the tongue more so. But if we do that, it makes it look a lot baggier. Or does it? It could also be the fact that this is a lot farther from the leg. Is it? It definitely is. So I can shrink that a bit. There we go. And then we're going to have a little bit of the curve, but not a whole lot. Because if we have too much of the fabric, you know what, I'm just going to call them fabric lines. I guess tension lines could also work, but I feel like if we have too long of one right here, it'll just look a little odd. So just a small one, just to show that there's a little bit of tension, just due to the fact that it's being folded under the tongue of the shoe, just on accident. Like, in this case, I'm just gonna go under the assumption he probably just put on his shoes kind of in a hurry, just wanting to do whatever he needed to do. Like, let's say he got some ghost mail. I don't know what would come in the ghost mail, but let's say he got some ghost mail. And he needed to check the mail. Put on the shoes quickly, not caring how they appear, go out, and then come back in. And you know what? Let's, right here, let's make I don't know why I'm folding it up, but I am. Let's make a little sock. Just because I feel like most of the time he probably wouldn't be wearing the shoes, but wearing either socks or slippers. So I can figure out like a fun little pattern, or, you know what? Since this is the first one we have drawn in the because I want to draw all of them at some point. Because since this is the first one, it would be kind of fun just to put like little ghost patterns on the sock. Something to that effect. Some ghost socks. Very, very folded socks. You know what? That works. It does legitimately look like a folded sock. However, I'm going to put it over here. Because extra little details for this design, I'm just going to put over here. So whether it's another, let's say, I'm going to call it a personality post. I don't know if that's what it's called, but basically just a random frame of the character either doing something or talking, something like that. I'll put it on this side underneath where the name will be, unless I decide that the name can fit over here. But we'll see. Really depends on what the end product of sorts looks like. How did I manage to make this not fit the structure? Where is the body of... Ah, there we go. Aha. I will forever love traditional art, but the fact that I can just move lines to where I need them to be for certain things, it's very useful. And you know what? I'm gonna curve it upwards a bit more, just so it looks like there's a bit more fabric over here. Okay, now I can go back to the pant. There they are. Why are these on separate layers? Why have I done this? Okay, good. I didn't accidentally put it on the shoe layer. I would have been so sad. Oh, but now the work of the shoe is gonna be... You know what? It's fine. That's my own fault. The work of the shoe is now going to be covered because of the design of the pants. Oh well. It happens. And it kind of sucks, but you know what? It's fine. I'll get over it. That doesn't look quite right. Let's have it be... I don't want it to be too much. But I also don't want to affect too much how... Okay. The curving lines, I want them to look like they make sense. But I can't really change the outside too much, otherwise it'll affect how it looks from the front view as well. Since it is relatively, I'd say, flat-ish, there's not a lot of tension from the looks of it. I'm not going to put a lot of tension. However, that looks like I'm bending the knee, which is not what they're doing. They might be doing it slightly, but not enough so that we would have that too much. There might be a little bit, but not as much as I was making before. Okay, you know what? You know what? First things first. Pocket. It's about right here. pocket of flashlight or whatever is in their pocket. It yes. I'm trying to think of what else that they could possibly have in their pocket. And I guess they could have a few things in their pocket. But I don't know if ghosts would have. Well, they might have wallets. If they have mail, they probably have wallets. In all fairness, would kind of make sense. This is the other side over here. Goes out a little bit too much. So let's go ahead and fix that a little. You know what? That works. There we go. And then we can also have a bit of a curl on the side here because we already have it to where it has some effect to the fabric right here. So I think we can kind of get away with adjusting it slightly, at least around the knee. At least enough so to make it so it looks like the fabric's actually being affected in some capacity. And then it comes down to just above the bottom of the shoe. Let's instead do that. You know what? Yeah, that works. And then we can have it bag in the back slightly just like that because all the fabric's settling down on the back of the heel rather than the front of the shoe. On that side, there's not as much as what I'm putting. So let's instead do that. And we can curve this a little bit further down so it reaches this line instead. Hi, Bunny. Yeah, that should be good. You know what? Yeah, I'm happy with that. I am happy with those pants. Are they simple? Sure. But that's fine. That is fine. Hey, Bun. If you were to think of any book, real or fake, what do you think a shade would read? It could even just be a genre, in all fairness. Because I don't know why, but I'm making my shade a bookworm of sorts. Someone who really enjoys books and the worlds that are in them. So they would be very well read. Along. I can hear that through the screen. I love it. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and just place the eyes. Yes, I'm just gonna do this shape so I can get a general idea of where I want them placed. That looks kind of horrifying, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why that looks kind of horrifying, but it does. If you're seeing that as a nose, anyway. Otherwise, it just looks like a shocked face. Going, how could you? And I remember I drew them with small small pointed ears. I don't know why I did, but you know what? I'll keep it. They're inhuman. It works. They could be a little pointy. I think the main reason why I did was because I wanted to make them seem a little bit pointier, basically showing that shades aren't like super, they're not shy because they're weak or anything like that. They're just, I say that as a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, but they're more so shy because they're not shy. They're just antisocial. They don't want to have to deal with the people that are interrupting their book. Why are you there in the first place? Why are you interrupting the book? What is in the... Oh, right! The initial sketch. The very first one of the digital. Okay. You know what? I'm going to make a new group. I'm going to name this... Line art of comfy... You know what? I'm going to put normal in parentheses, basically being like, this is this version of the shade, and then when the shade gets really angry or just really upset for some reason at the ghost hunters, it turns into the scary form. But this is the normal form. And then I'll go pop. There we go. Do I still have more sketching to do? Yes. But the only way I can go forward is by getting at least the face down so I can arrange it and stuff. You like skullduggery? I've heard about skullduggery. It sounds so intriguing. I really want to, well, most likely listen to it, considering the fact that my brain likes to skip lines or not retain a page, so I end up rereading that page several times. But I have heard enough about it that I'm very intrigued by it. I would need to look at some of the covers to be able to do that. But I will do a quick little note. That, you know what? No. It needs to be colored. If it's not colored, I won't know it's a sketch. Skull. How is this almost the exact color? Okay. Skull. That is not how you. That is how you spell skull, but it also kind of looks like an eye, so it looks like skill. Skull. Duggery. I'm gonna do S. Be like the in-universe version of skullduggery. And I'll go from there. Okay. Now it's time for the face. I mean, sure, I haven't done anything to the face for sketching, but for some reason, it's always the clothes that I sketch more, and then the face is like, I'll work on it during the line art, you know. Okay, so it looks like they have Not not like they don't have eyes like this, but they do kind of have rounded eyes. Close to this if I can get the shape right. One's more flat than the other. How did I manage this? I mean, at least it's the same height and it's starting at the same place. I just need to figure out how to curve it. A little bit lower. You know what? All things considered, since I'm not using the symmetry tool or anything like that, I'm not too upset with that. Also, if I were to use the symmetry tool, every single time I've used the symmetry tool for eyes, it's always looked off for some reason. That may just be the way that I'm using it, but you know what? I like drawing both eyes, even if it takes forever at times. Let's do bop. Bop. That works. Usually, I'd be angled, so one of the eyes would be closer than the other, so I could do that. But because it's front-facing, I think I'll just do a line on either side. Just to show that they have eyelids. Because they do have eyelids. They can blink. That looks very odd. You know what? I'm just gonna do a quick, very rudimentary thing like this, just so it doesn't look so off. Because for some reason, when it's just the eyes, like, if it's just what I had before, it doesn't look right. And maybe it doesn't look right, but there's only one way to tell, and that's by actually doing the rest of it and being like, wait a minute, something's not right. You know what? In this specific pose, let's say they just like close their book. You know when you have a book in your hand and it's open and then you just slam it shut? Let's say they did that in this specific pose. Also, if that is legitimately their head, considering how small the eyes are, I would need to shrink it down, but that's fine. It's a sketch. It doesn't need to be perfect. Stop. I'm saying that to myself because I will continue on the sketch for a long time if I don't just say, nope, it's a sketch. Stop. It doesn't need to be perfect. Because the sketches don't need to be perfect. Because it's just a sketch. How did I... It seems they were not circle brows, but like you have the circle as the base, and then it kind of goes out. Why did I do such a long... Ah, yes, that's the eyebrow. I feel like if they are furrowing their brow, it would kind of come down to here. Or maybe even a little bit to where the eyes are. You know what? Just so I can see what I'm actually doing, since it's going to be kind of overlapping for a little bit, I'm just going to lower the opacity so I can work around it. So in this scenario, this looks concerned. It doesn't look angry. That looks concerned. Just like, what are you doing? Why are you here? Is something wrong? Is the world is the house on fire? Why are you interrupting my book? That's what those eyebrows are telling me. And that's not necessarily what I'm going for. Let's go ahead and furrow them a little bit more. Oh, that's a lot of too low. And why are you so curved? Yeah, I made the eyes way too small. So I'm gonna have to fix that. Because if I were to make the head, like, let's say the rest of it's normal, and I keep those eyes, they're gonna be disproportionate to the rest of their head. Or at least I think so. So for now, that should be good for a baseline. I'm going to quickly do the nose. I just now realized their scary form does not have a nose. It's just a flat face. No nose. Who knows? Maybe I might change that. Because I am kind of adding things to their design as I'm going. Oftentimes when they're front facing, I like to put the lines here, but I feel like that's more if you have like an arched nose or something. Well, is arched the right word? Most likely. But not like a crooked nose, but where it has the arch on the bridge. I feel like the lines would help with that if you're trying to convey that. But if I don't do the lines, it looks very odd. Looks like they have holes for a nose. You know what? Instead, how about... No, not the whole nose. Why did I do that on... You know what? I'm going to move that on a different layer so I don't do that again. I don't want to move the whole nose. Just want to move this around to see where it feels right. I mean, you know what? I'm going to quickly... Not that. I'm going to quickly grab the eyes. Make them a little bit bigger. I can move this a little inward. Okay. Not all of this, but where is it? Is it just right here? Oh, here it is. Okay. Just so I can actually see what's going on, because sometimes when I have the bright colors in the background, I have a hard time distinguishing it from the black, which is weird. But you know what? As long as I'm able to get a read on what I'm doing, it doesn't really matter. It could just be because it's more vibrant, so my eyes are more drawn to the vibrant colors than the black, but... You know what? I think that is the right size. So why... Just looking over here, it looks off. But on this side, it kind of looks like this one's a little off in that way. The eye was not a pixel off. Then why do you look off? No, you are a pixel off. How did I manage that? Sure, it's only by a pixel, but it's enough that I can notice it. And it's frustrating. Because since this is front-facing, well, then again, people's eyes aren't perfectly symmetrical the majority of the time, so I guess it doesn't really matter. That's fine. That's not the final eye, because I need to go over it just for the simple fact of when you move them and readjust them, it messes with the line thickness and kind of blurs out the edges a little, so need to fix it anyways. But it is a good placeholder so I can keep the eye shape and everything. I do have a round face for them. Or at least rounder than what I usually do. So I should start with the mouth first. Because if I don't, I will get the shape of the jaw wrong. So even if it's just rudimentary... Wait. There. Just a frown. That, yeah, it's a little bit too much of a frown, but you know what? It's a frown nonetheless. And that should be good enough placement. And then I can actually make a genuine mouth for him. But for now, I kind of like it. I don't know why, but I do kind of like it when it's just kind of the grumpy cat frown. I just now realized this also kind of looks like a mouth. So if you ignore the lines over here and you just look at this and pretend that this line is the nose instead, it does kind of look like a very tiny mouth. The nose is now a really tiny mouth. You know, aren't your guys' noses tiny mouths? And then... they look so grumpy. I mean, yeah, in this instance, they're being interrupted. But still. Why are you so grumpy? You know what? Maybe they were right on the cusp of something intense happening in the book. Because I'm assuming there'd be really intense moments in this book, or books like it, where it's like, oh no, this is gonna happen! Whatever shall we do? Or they're panicking, or something bad is happening. And then someone just walks in the middle while you're reading that, so you have to look up, and you're taking out of all of that experience. It's like, oh, dang it. You know what? I'm not hating that, just for the general face shape, but I do need to change where the eyebrows are, because they're going to be off of the face shape. Or, wait, if I adjust it a little bit. Just make it a little bit bigger and move it to the side. I'll still have to change the eyebrows, but you know what? That does actually kind of fit better. Just with the general head to body ratio. Do I know what the actual ratio should be? No. Just going with what looks right to me. That. The left side looks like a problem. What is going on here? That's because it is a problem. Or is the right side a problem? Either way, one of the sides are not right. Was it going on here? Oh, it was. I just didn't notice it. So let's instead have it more like this. Then we curve it about where the mouth is. So down, kind of curve where the mouth is. Hmm. How about we do a little bit more like this? You know what? Yeah. It does look better. At least compared to what it was. Because just looking at it here, so I think I could use a bit of this for a different ghost. I say that as if I'm just gonna like take the chin just and then put it on another ghost. But that should be good. And you know what? I'm gonna go down here. You know, I'll turn that line art back on. Why not? Okay. Is this empty? Looks like it. Good. Let's do. You know what? Let's do a purple. Let's do a purple for the hair. So I have it so it's short on the sides, but kind of long and kind of curl. Okay, you wouldn't curve like that. Curve more like that. But it's to the point where it kind of comes down and is. It's not covering the eyes, but it's low enough down that it's on the forehead and almost covering the eyebrows, or where they would be if they were resting. So let's say the resting eyebrow area would be like right here. Well, now it makes them look kind of sad. I love how much emotion are just in the eyebrows. But if you were to ignore these set of eyebrows and just focus on these ones with the mouth combination, it makes them look really sad. But if that's the resting eyebrow area, and this section of hair with whatever hairline they have, this seems like right at the eyebrow is where the block of their hair becomes big. Ah, yes, the block of their hair. And then we could go Bop. Bop. Why is this above? Both of these should be below the hair. So I can focus on the hair rather than whatever the eyebrows are doing. And then pop. I don't know why, but I really love drawing. I know it's not like super curly, but it's definitely very wavy hair. It's fun. Maybe it's because I can do more curves and not really have to worry too much about the outcome. Well, I still have to worry about the outcome, but it's feels more natural than having to draw straighter hair. Legitimately no reason for it, but that is something I've noticed. You need a lot more hair on the top. Something about that. Ah, yes. Angry with very curly hair. Hmm. It's not gonna be shaved on the sides. Because it's gonna be somewhat shaved, but it's not gonna be like down to the skin. It's probably gonna have maybe 3 centimeters of hair. So it's relatively grown out, but something about that doesn't seem right. Curly, but angry. Ah, yes. You know what? I think something that might be some of the cause of it is that it's kind of not actually flat, but the bangs kind of set in kind of at a line. So I need to kind of curve them so it looks like they're lower in the front rather than in the sides for this specific haircut. Especially since it'd be going further back. And then let's do this. Because the head's gonna curve around. Because of course the hair won't curve around all that much. Because we're gonna have the volume of the hair, but the hair itself probably should get a little bit smaller in, I'd say, this region should be shorter visibly, but not actually shorter. It'd be a relative same length of everything else, except for technically the top would be the longest because it's growing out and it'd be trimmed down. Another thing that could help more is instead of having this harsh transition from fairly long to kind of somewhat short, is to make it so that this isn't as short as I initially drew it. I can see that helping a little bit. So let's instead take this. Let's do it. What do you call that, indigo? Ah, it doesn't matter. A very deep purple, bluish, maybe plum. I don't know. And then we can You know what? I didn't mind having the curl up here. Just so there's something in the face to make it look like they don't have a very massive forehead. At least for this specific character. And then we could go up. And up. You know what? No. Let's have that curled outward. Like this, more so. Because the majority of the time I have something framing the face. Because I don't have that, it's actually kind of more difficult, which is interesting. But you know what? That means I get to learn. If I do something to that effect, I'm going to want to have it so it, sure, there'll still be the overlap here, but it's not going to be what it was before. I probably don't want that much. Then again, oh wait, no, we can taper it down. If we taper it, ow, ow, ow. You know what? Fine. Because if we taper it down, it then becomes shorter when it comes near the ear area, close to the bottom of the ear, or at the bottom of the ear, depending on where I put it. But something to that effect. Let's go ahead and make you move a little bit over to the right, so it's not as much. At the moment, if you're counting the ears in the background, because I think I might need to adjust how they're pointed. So let me take those off real quick. You know what? If I do it like this, and since those are basically not the official, but it's not a sketch, I'm able to lower it down. I mean, that does help it a bit, but I think we need to fix something with the framing. I don't know what about the framing, but something about it feels off. Oh, that would get annoying. I mean, sure, I have a similar thing happening, but I usually use my headphones to push it back. But that would get really annoying. You're trying to read, and there's just like a random curl that's in your eye. Oh, dang it. There are parts of me that are thankful that I have this on separate layers, and parts of me that are a little frustrated just for the simple fact of it's so close together, and it's of the same subject, but it's on different layers. Maybe it's because they look too angry. They look like genuinely angry. I think I would want them to look more annoyed than angry. So if I... Yeah. I'll just do a light green of sorts. And then instead of it being that furrowed, we can instead do something more like this. And I'll just trace the outline of the eye so I keep the shape. I thought for a half a second something moved, but it was just because I have random tiny flags I've got from many festivals before. And I have a fan going, so it's just randomly blowing, and it's like, what is moving? Oh, that's just something that's been in my room for how long now? A very long time. That seems too relaxed. And the eyebrows just ever so slightly wonky. If we were to do more like a... something like that for the mouth. More like a really... Are you really going to ask me that? Or are you really interrupting my book? Or something to that effect? I feel like if we were to do that, I need to tilt the head slightly. So, just so I remember, tilt head slightly. Dang it. That looks like a mushroom. Ah, yes, the mushroom pointer. You know what? Now it's gonna be a green mushroom. It doesn't need to be, but... There we go. You know what? That and... Oh, I got too much of the eye. Move that to the right a bit, so it's not blocking too much of the center. Yeah, I think that fixes it a lot, because they looked genuinely angry, but I feel like they'd more be frustrated than anything. At least if it was like another ghost coming in being like, oh hey, where did you put, I don't know, the scissors? Or why is there a random pile of cheese on the counter? Well, why did I choose cheese? You know what? Apparently this dude really likes cheese. There's no reason to it, but you know what? It is now a thing. Likes cheese. There. A random character trait that, you know what? It works. It works. I need to turn back on this. Do I need to turn back on the other one? Not right now, because I'm not doing the ears. If I turn on too much, I will not be able to figure out what I'm doing. You know what? I'm gonna change the hair ever so slightly, because cheese. I mean, cheese is pretty good. But it depends on what you're having said cheese with. and what type of cheese it is. Because there are certain cheeses that I just don't like by themselves. Or they're a little bit too much to have a lot of when they're by themselves. One or the other. This is a very odd vibe. I don't know why, but this... You know what might be the hairstyle? Might be the hairstyle. Why did I do it like that? You know what? It worked. I don't know how it worked, but you know what? We don't have to question these things. We don't have to question the why. We just have to go along and hope it works. Okay, let's have this be a little bit more like that. And then let's angle this side. Nope, angle. There we go. Like this, so it looks like we're tapering a little bit. Or at least it's long on the top and it's starting to get shorter. Except for that weird little strand. That strand is way longer than it should be. But you know what? Maybe one of the other ghosts got a hold of the scissors and he just went along with it. Now I have to make one of the ghosts interested in doing barber shenanigans. Barber shenanigans. Okay, I need to lower the opacity, otherwise I'm not going to be able to... You know what? When it's not surrounded by the face, I think it's the face shape that's throwing me off, it's not too bad. But for some reason, with this face shape, it looks odd. I might change the face shape, because I like the hair. We'll see. We'll see how it looks. Ow. Did I lower the opacity at all, or did I just leave it? Just left it. Okay. There we go. And I do not need this one. There we go. Up. Why did you line like... No! Stop being a weird line. Thank you. There we go. And then bop. And bop. We'll have a little bit of a curve here, but not as much as I had before. You know what? If we have a few bits of just random curl that is in the hair, just generally, will that help it? Sure, it makes it look a little bit more messy, but you know what? We'll test it out. If it doesn't look good, we can always get rid of it. That's the fun part of making the characters. It's like, will this design work? Maybe. Worst comes to worst, you don't like it, and you can change it. There we go. And then we could do that as well. Is it that the face is too long? If I were to... Is that the face is too long? Ah. Okay, so if... Oh. If I were to adjust it slightly... to fit the new height of the face... Okay, that looks a little off, because this side remained the same, and the other side kind of went in a little bit more. Okay, what is going on with you? Why are you not... I can tell it's off. Why are you off? What have you done? I ask as I'm the one that drew it. Ah, yes. Night, Lily. If we have it like that, we're going to need to change the position of the mouth. Just slightly. Not a whole lot. Just kind of bringing it up. So it actually fits the face. You know what? I like that a whole lot better. It was just that they had too long of a face for the hair. Because... Oh, right, I adjusted it. There we go. Yeah, it's much better. Even though it's definitely not symmetrical. You know what? It kind of fits because they are kind of smirking more to this side. So the muscles in the face would contract a little bit more. So it kind of makes sense to have the face like that. You know what? Yes. It works. I can logic my way around having an asymmetrical face. It's totally not because I don't want to have to spend a very long time being like, it's not symmetrical! I must redo it! And redo it! Until it is correct. Even though it doesn't really matter. In fact, if it's too symmetrical, it'll probably look extremely off. Not like off to the point where it's like, but off to the point where it's like, something's odd. Something's not quite right. But you're not able to pinpoint what that is. And then we'll have the eyebrows. Like this. You know what? Knock on wood, but I actually am starting to be a lot more happy with how the actual face is going. There we go. And now is the difficult part. Where is he looking? Where are you looking? Also, how tall are you? Because that'll also affect where you're going to be looking. You know what? I feel like I drew them so they'd look tall, but they're probably shorter than they seem. So if you were to look at them from afar, you'd be like, oh, they're really tall. But if you walk up to them, they're probably at least shorter than you think they are. Right? At least that's the vibe I'm getting. So they're probably going to have their eyes looking a bit more up. Just for the simple fact of, let's say the demon walks into the room being like, hey, I need you for this project. And he's like, dude, I'm in the middle of something. I'm reading. It's a really important part. This character is like on the cusp of discovering something, but he still has to actually get up and help him. It's just barely too long, but not to the point I can easily fix it by just adjusting it. Fine. There we go. And then I just need to make the line over here a little bit thicker to make up for it. And flatten it out, apparently, because this one was a rather pointy iris. You know what? The look on their face seems like a mix between annoyed and I got this. Do they need to have their eyes a little bit? No. You know what? Maybe they got whatever they have to do, but they're still not happy about it. Why are you being weirdly difficult expressions? You know what? I don't know why I'm making them tired. But you know what? Maybe they are. They're tired of everyone just going in whenever they want, no matter the time of day, to interrupt his reading. I mean, in all fairness, that would be pretty upsetting. Be like, come on, this is time. How long? How many now? And I've asked time and time again that from, I don't know, let's say 7 p.m. to 1 a.m. to not bother me while I'm reading. And then tilt the head slightly. I need to make the head a little bit bigger just to fit the body they are going to have. Hmm. You know what? Let's quickly, like, quick sketch of where the neck would be. Or about where the neck would be, anyway. I mean, it's a very subtle head tilt. Would it be enough to convey? Makes more dramatic head tilt. That might be a bit too much. Just why are you doing this? Why? Okay, subtle it is. If it's too much of a head tilt, then it looks very off. And if this one's tilted to the right, I need to make sure that this one's tilted to the left. Tilt to left. Just so it's mirrored. Because it's going to be both sides of the same pose. Then I can make this one practically invisible. Just so I can get this re-outlined. Because I made it all fuzzy. And I don't want fuzzy lines. At least not for the line art here. I could see how you can use fuzzy lines for some things. Line art wise. Especially if it's like something that's legitimately soft. Say I have the outline kind of blown out. Just slightly. I could see how that could look really cool. But this character is not in fact wearing anything fluffy, unless you count their hair. And you know what? Maybe their hair is really fluffy. It kind of looks fluffy. Not enough so that I would try to touch it, because let's face it, I feel like I'm basing this on the shades that have been really aggressive in the past, where it's like, you were in the house for this long, and you are now insane. Now I'm going to hunt you every chance I get. Because we've had a few shades like that, and they were really rude. I say that, and then we were also the ones that were in its house, messing with all of its stuff, and taunting it, so I guess technically we're the only ones to blame. But still. You know what? Just gonna tilt the canvas ever so slightly so I can actually do this without feeling like I'm drawing sideways. Because it's a little difficult to draw sideways. Are the eyes in the right place? Because I did tilt the head ever so slightly. You know what? Maybe they're also a little bit to the side. They're looking at someone. Someone's trying to get their attention. You know what? Without the eyebrows, they don't look too upset. Then you add the eyebrows, and then they're a mix of confident and angry. Not angry, frustrated. And then bop bop. You know what I forgot to do? The skin actually moving. You know what? Yeah, that makes them a lot. That makes them seem less like I could do this, and more like, why are you doing this? Why are you here? Why are you in my room? I was getting to a really good point in my story. Come on. You know what? That's probably just one of their pet peeves. They're having their own quiet time, and someone comes in, be like, "Where are you?" And they're like, "Why?" It's what time of the night, and you're yelling at me and trying to get me to do stuff? No, 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 I'm not going to entertain this. There we go. I feel like the patience level for this shade would not be the highest. Or at least it wouldn't be the highest when they're reading. If they're not reading, I can see them being like, okay, I'll be more patient than usual, but if they're reading, they'll probably be less patient than a yokai. Which is kind of saying something in all fairness. Yokais are very aggressive if you're talking. Then again, that's their whole thing. I feel like a Yuri would be not upset that someone's talking necessarily, but more so upset that someone they don't know is talking. I feel like they'd be I feel like they'd no, actually that'd be Myling. Because Mylings are super silent during hunts, but they're very vocal not during hunts. Or at least that's what the description itself says. So with a Myling, they like to talk, but they don't like to talk to the ghost hunter whom they don't know. Or maybe it's more the fact of, hey, you're in our house. Why are you in our house? You know what? No. This is our house. Why are you here? Similar thing, but one's more, hey, you're in our house. What are you doing in my house? What are you doing in my house? I want waffle fries. But I feel like with the shade, it's more of, I don't care if you're in my house, just don't be near me. I'm reading my book. You can do whatever you want. Just don't touch my stuff and leave me alone. Bop, 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 bop. Then I can turn that off. You know what? I'm gonna just this a little bit, just so it's not as out as it was. And I think I'm gonna make this one a little bit of a smaller little flick. And then, no, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to change the opacity again. Jeez. There we go. You know what? What? Oh, hair. That's part of the hair. Just wonder what it was. I was like, that's not the neck. What's going on here? And just because they're tilting their head, this side would most likely basically show that they're moving their head. They're using their muscles. But I don't think they're like going to be like, ah, yes, I have all of the defined muscles because I go to the gym. I don't think they're gonna have that. I think it's just normal. Hey, they have tendons and muscles. They 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 were once human, and they're. I'd say this is kind of the calm form, but I feel like that probably wouldn't fit for some of the other ghost types because I feel like I'd probably make the twins a little bit more chaotic. I feel like I'd probably make those two either little kids that are chasing each other around or just pranksters. I don't know. Because because sure, it's technically one ghost, but it feels like at times there are multiple, and they just like to do everything everywhere but where they're supposed to be. Or they're like, oh, I'm over here. Oh, I'm over here. Oh, I'm all the way over here. It's like, come on, please pick a room. Please don't make me have to go all the way over here just to figure out if you have. I think it's EMF 5. I know freezing is one of them because the freezing one's difficult sometimes, depending on if they're wanting to be rude and being like, oh, I'm in multiple rooms at once. Because then the freezing doesn't like to actually go to freezing. It kind of just stays at a relatively cool temp. But I feel like. Is it ghost writing? If any of you guys remember what the evidence of twins are, you're welcome to say it. But I know it is EMF 5 and freezing. I just don't remember the other type. Hmm. You know what? Having the jacket. Wait a minute. Little tiny side check. Let's go over here. Freezing temps. Freezing temps. That is a really bad B. There we go. Temps. So has a jacket, so it's not just for comfort. It's just kind of chilly. Because it kind of makes sense. And then some of these side notes I might just keep, but write it better over here. But it's more of like kind of brainstorming. EMF 5. Hmm. We need something for EMF 5. Because if they're reading, that's not going to give off any electromagnetic things. However, what if they have. You know what? an emergency light of sorts. It's kind of like a headlight, but it would go basically. So let's say behind the ears over there, it would come out and just kind of light up the book page in front of them while they read. I can see that. And that would give off an EMF thing just because it has, well, it'd be probably ran by battery, but it'd still be electricity. So EMF equals a random power, or not power, but random electrical. No, not the bucket tool. I was betrayed by the HUD that totally moved in my way and totally wasn't my fault. Random electrical item. I say random. It does have a purpose. Because for this one, it'd just be so they can read in the dark, which means that I need to figure out, you know what, it could be the battery pack in all fairness. Just have a really long cord where the battery pack just ends up all the way down here. You know what, I can see it. Because it needs to get the power from somewhere. So, not the worst idea. And then I need to figure out whatever the third evidence piece is. You know what? Where did I set my phone? Ah, there it is. No! Why are you so far away? It ran away from me. How dare it? It's totally not because I just haphazardly threw it onto my bed. I would never do such a thing. Okay. Load, please. I would like to look up what the shade. Wait a minute. Why was I thinking about twins? I mean, shades still have EMF 5, but they have ghost writing, I believe. I can actually double check. Shade, ghost, evidence. Not event, evidence. Ah, yes, that's how you spell that. Evidence. Phasmo. Ah, yes. That. I would like to know the evidence, not the behavior or anything. It is ghostwriting! You know what? The fact that they have a book helps even more. Ghost writing. And you know what? Maybe that means that they also write books themselves as well. So, sure, they read books, but let's say they just have a collection of journals that they have where they just wrote down like random ideas that they had. And then every once in a while you go through the journals and there's like a whole like short story that's like 30 pages long. Ah, yes, a 30-page short story. That's a long short story. Beside the point. Maybe it's a short story to the shade. How long are the normal ones? You know what? Doesn't matter. The shade is also a writer now. Congrats, Shade. Just now realized I made them less tired by forgetting the... You know what? I'll put it on this side instead. Actually, if I put it over here, I can kind of put the underneath of this eye because of the fact that this side of the mouth is up a little bit more. That adds so much to the expression. I love that. I mean, yeah, they're annoyed, but I do love the fact that just adding that tiny bit adds so much to that expression. Just the, I really don't want to have to be closing this book and interacting with whoever went into my room unannounced. Why are you coming into my room unannounced? Is this about the cheese again? I already told you. The mice did it. He lies through his teeth. Okay. And then it's just gonna be, so from here to here. And it's not gonna be like full on elf ears, but it's gonna be just small points. Just enough to add a little bit of sharpness. Just a little sharp. I'd actually be really concerned if you like touch the tip of the ears and it's like, sharp. Like it's a needle. Sewing needle ears. That actually sounds horrifying. Ah yes, have you met the Shade and their sewing needle ears? What do you mean? Okay, so I made it to where it's a connected lobe and not detached. Let's do bop and bop. Okay, and let's set you back to normal. Not the worst. But I am going to add a little bit to the ears just so it looks like there's a structure in there and you'd be able to see it if you were at a different angle that isn't in front of or behind. So if there was a side angle, you'd probably be able to see the actual design of the ear. But for now, you'll just have the lobe itself and a little bit of the why is my brain blanking? I'll just call it the curve of the inner ear. The top curve of the inner ear. You know what? Yeah. That works. I'm also going to make this a little bit lower in opacity just for the simple fact of because this was so high and we have a little bit of the arm showing, it was making it so it's difficult to tell whether or not this was the real one or this was the real one. Well, this line and this one. Because I could tell the difference, but it was difficult to tell whether or not the proportions were right. I might squish in the shoulders just a tad. So if I do this a little bit, I mean, I'll have to fix the bottom half, but just to make it so they have, right, different layer. a little bit. Well, actually, that side's all right. This side, on the other hand, was a little off. That works. And you know what? Another thing I can do, just as a small side thing. Oh, I don't think I have that color saved. Fine. I'll do a different color. Because this is going to be back a little, I can kind of have it to where... Okay, let's not have it all the way over, but you can have like a kind of an indent of, hey, the arm is over here, and you're having to have your arm rub up against the fabric itself to be able to have it right here. It looks like that should work. If not, I'll fix it. But for the general sketch, should be fine. There are so many random failed line art things. That's fine. It'll be fine. And because it's actually short, the lower it gets, because the hair would be growing probably something like that on the back, we're not going to actually see much of the hair on the sides on the bottom here. I mean, we might see like a little bit, but not to the point where I normally would, because I usually draw characters with longer hair. Just for a simple fact of it, it's easier to frame the face for me. And then it's like, oh hey, this works. I don't have to worry about it too much. But you know what? Even with having short hair, I don't think that's too bad. In fact, I kind of like it. It's different than what I'm used to, and you know what? That's a good thing. I'll take it, because trying different things is how I will grow. Even if it's gonna be odd for a little bit. And but why that doesn't look right. There we go. And then we're gonna have the zipper. Every once in a while, I'm reminded of why I don't usually turn down my headphones whenever I'm playing music. Because there are some points in time where I can't necessarily hear the music because I turned down my headphones so I can actually focus, because it's a little distracting. But then it's like, is it playing, or did I accidentally not put it on loop? And so it just is silence. And you know what? It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Would it be the best? No. But you know what? It's better than it all of a sudden being like, ah, yes, record screech sound activated when it randomly stops. Because that wouldn't be as pleasant. You know what? I think I'm gonna combine all of the ones that aren't the bottom sketch. Because then I can control the opacity a bit better. What is this? Oh, is that just a name? Okay, I don't need to combine that. What? That's just the line. You know what? The line can stay. And you're the actual. Okay. And then I can lower it a bit more. Just so I can focus more so on the line art rather than the very colorful sketch. I don't know why, but I really like how colorful it is. It's fun. A lot of my sketches, unless I have to do edits to the original sketch, like if we're going by just my thumbnails, I usually have oh, I didn't mean to make that there. Okay. I usually have one color, and then if I have to make a few edits, it's maybe one or two colors. It's so special. But this one has all of the colors. Then again, this one also has a lot more detail because I have it more simplified in my thumbnails. So you know what? It works. And it makes sense. There we go. You know what? I don't know if this is a universal thing, but oftentimes it doesn't matter really whether it's old or new. I guess it kind of does matter because in my case, I started knotting the string of sorts that goes into the hoodie. But I always end up losing them. Most likely in the wash, but I always end up losing them. And it's like, oh, come on. So you know what? Because this is a worn hoodie, it's probably been through the wash several times, it's not gonna have the strings. The strings are gone. They have vanished. They are no longer there. They have become... They have joined the club of other lost things that are also in the wash. Like the missing match to a pair of socks. That always sucks. It's like, oh, here's one sock. And then you look through the entire pile, and there's only that one singular sock of that kind. But you have all of the others. But it's just that one. It's missing its pair. It's like, oh, but I really wanted to wear that sock. But no, it had to lose its pair because it was in the wash. And then you find it like a week later being like, wait, is that where it's been this whole time? It was just right there in front of my eyes. I totally didn't accidentally throw my pen. What are you talking about? Where did it go? Why did I leave my flashlight outside? Not outside, but outside of this room. If I were my pen... Seriously, where did it go? How did I manage? Oh, it's because it's neatly propped up against the large drawing pad I have underneath my desk. It was legitimately nicely propped up, being like, ah, yes, I am just gonna stand here. Legitimately, it was... Okay, so here's large drawing pad under my desk. Just standing like that. And see, I have a lot of room, so I can, have my feet down if I want to. So that means it bounced and landed just perfectly. It it was striking a pose after it landed. I I don't know how it learned how to do that, but you know what? It did. You know what? It's now going to be a very, very big hood for this hoodie, apparently. How about let's shrink it down a little bit so it's not too big? Because I think even this size of hood would probably cover down to here. Which, sure, sometimes you want that, but not when you're just trying to. I don't know. It'd be good if you're trying to shield your eyes from the sun, but not as good if you're just wanting to wear a hood because it's chilly, but you kind of want to see where you're walking. Totally not saying that from experience of wearing hoodies that were way too big for me. It's like, ah, yes, I can totally see when the hood reaches past your nose. Okay, everything else is so, like, you're able to see it well. I cannot see this well. So I might have to change the opacity to do that specific arm. But I'll do this arm first. Just so I don't have to mess with the opacities yet. Okay, this is a new one. There we go. And bop. You know what? Wait a minute. I think I found an error in my sketch. It's right over here. Right now, it kind of looks like they're trying to tilt their hand, so their hand is bent while still being in the pocket instead of just kind of relaxing. So I need to instead have it so it's more like this instead. Meaning that the you know what? Let's do that color. Why not? Why did I go all the way around the circle? It's not that far from this color. Okay, it is, but it's at least not on this side of the color wheel. Because they'll have their hand right here. It could be relaxed right here, but we can also, I think we can keep it a little bit, oh, there we go. A little bit closer to the body this way. Not to the point where it's like they're trying to keep their arms close to their body, because then they look tense. But more so to the point where it seems like they're just chilling. Or their posture is at least more chill than their expression. Like, they were comfy. They were reading a book. And then they got annoyed because someone walked in. But I'm assuming that you probably wouldn't change your posture all that much immediately. Like, at the most, close the book, kind of tilt your head to one side and be like, really? But not to the point where it's like, oh, I'm gonna tense up because I'm about to pounce at a person. I don't think that's how that would work. I mean, who knows? But I don't think they'd immediately go through that. I think they'd just be like, oh, come on. Just a sigh of disappointment. And then, because the body of the jacket is right here, I think I'll focus more so on what the sleeve is doing. Which will be right about here. Something like that. And then the jacket can kind of go over the arm a little bit more. You know what? I'll just do that. And then, of course, we'd have more tension. Oh, damn. More tension over here. We have the pocket. A little bit of the hand will show. But it'll be mostly just the inside of the sleeve. Because the only reason why I feel I need to only show one hand is because they're not going to be too different. I don't think I'm going to put too many things on their hand that would be different, I would say. And if there is, it'll probably just be very small additions. So let's say if they have a ring on their finger for some reason, they can have like design of said ring and then be like, this goes on, I don't know, middle finger for some reason. And then we could do that. Because I think I kind of want to just convey some of their personality into it. Potatoes to you as well, Koala. But I think just kind of putting their personality into the pose as well as the design itself, I feel like it helps a little bit. At least with me. It could like legitimately not help at all in like a professional sense, but I do like it when there's a lot of personality added to the design, like the character design of the character, where you're seeing both the front and the back. That's why not? Because it also, at least for me, helps me go, oh, hey, this is this kind of person. I can form their personality a little bit better now that I can see it. And then I can better do my best at writing something along the lines that portrays this character's personality and stuff like that. Or if I just want to draw the character itself in different scenarios. Be like, ah, yes, this character's going in, rummaging through the fridge, looking for some cheese, and just kind of leaves being like, oh. And then another one of the ghosts goes like, why is the kitchen a mess? I have a feeling he probably would be more tidy. But who knows? Maybe if he's really hungry, he's not as tidy. He's like, I don't care. I need something to eat, but nothing sounds good. Except for this one thing. And you know what? Sometimes it's a fair feeling. Where it's like, the only thing that sounds good is this. Anything else? No. Or anything else is eh. Because sometimes I get it. Especially if you're wanting one specific thing and it's been on your mind for a very long time. Now I really want sushi. You know what? I think that is definitely conveying what I want it to. With how baggy it is, I probably could have made it so it looks way more relaxed and had the. I'll just do a pure red. Why not? I could have had the jacket itself, since the bottom is still stretchy and everything. Instead, have it to where it's pulled to where this arm can be practically like not even like bent or anything. But you know what? Let's say in this pose, I don't think they really need to do that. Because in all fairness, they are probably like in the midst of an action. Like they just closed their book. They're probably either getting up or balling up their fist. So okay, they're a little bit more tensed up than what I was initially thinking, but you know what? It makes sense in this instance. In this case, it makes sense. Oh, damn. It makes sense, and I'm fine with it. There we go. I know this is a very small thing that might not get seen from afar, but you know what? It shows where the pocket's supposed to be and where it's sewn in, which means I need to do a similar thing to the other side to show that there's two pockets here. In all fairness, I don't think it would be like that. It'd probably be more so like this, but it would have that extra tension. So it'd probably bring it to maybe there. Because it's being stretched way more taut than if it were just a pocket with no hand in it or no heavy object in it. Up and let's do up. If the hand is right over here, I'm gonna need to change how this is angled. There we go. Hand is over here. It's just kind of sitting in the pocket. The heel of the hand would probably sit around this area. Bop, bop, bop. Okay, that's too much. I mean, that's a little bit better. Why do you look off, though? Was that legitimately just why? That didn't grammar properly. You know what? It's fine. I was flabbergasted. Not necessarily, but you know what? Close enough. It was legitimately just that small little thing that made it feel weird. Okay. I should do the other arm. Okay. Where is it? You. I need a bright. Whoa. Okay, maybe not that much. Just a little bit. Let's head back up here. And because I'm not going to do the actual design of the cover yet, because I need to do a little bit of research, I'll just... You know what? I should really just draw the structure of the book first before I start trying to draw a hand holding said book. And apparently it's going to be a hard copy of the book. You know what? That works. That works. And then we'll have the pages right there. That doesn't look quite right. Why don't you look quite right? There we go. There we go. Perfect. You know what? I actually kind of like that. And let's also have, let's say, a little bit of an indentation specifically here. And then we can do a little bit of line texturing to make it seem like it's not random. Because then we can have, you know, those metal bookmarks that usually have like the hangy deals, so it kind of curves around the book like this. Then it usually has like something hanging just from it. I think I want to put something on there that would make sense. Because I'm already going to put little ghosts on the socks. I'll bookshelf that. That's not... I'll bookmark it. There we go. Ah, yes. I'll bookshelf the entire thing. And then we can bring down... Okay, not bring down the opacity. I just need to fix it a little bit. Because, of course, there's a little bit of an opening there, because metal bookmarks are not thin. So, is it probably the best for the book? No. But it is a very effective bookmark, as long as it doesn't fall out. It's not bending the corners. Unless you place it in very weirdly. And then, you know what? I'm going to make it a little bit thinner on the bottom here. Because it feels necessary. I don't have a good reason of why it feels necessary. But it does for some reason. Because something about it seems off if I don't. Much better. However, I think I need to fix a little bit up here, just for the simple fact of the book is at a certain angle that the way I had the spine ridge didn't seem right to me. No, I didn't mean to do that. There's the bookmark. There we go. You know what? I'm actually really proud of that book. I mean, yes, it's a book, but it's a good book. And you know what? I know in the scary design that I did in the first place, I gave him sharp claws of sorts. I think something I might do in his normal form is maybe not. What am I doing with the fingers here? Okay, sketch, where are you? Because I need to move that hand. Otherwise, I'm going to put the hand way too low on the book. That should be good. But I think I might do something with his nails. I don't usually draw nails on any of my drawings because most of the time when I do so, it looks very off. I don't know why, but it always does. But there's no way to fix that unless I try, so I think I want to experiment with that a little bit. That yes. Those are very wide. What have I done? I mean, some of it, it's okay. Like, if you were to separate them, okay, excluding these two fingers in the center here, it's okay. But for some reason, something about the way I did those fingers did not sit right. So instead, let's move this one a little bit up. Just so there is more room between those two fingers. And you know what? Another thing that might be throwing me off is the fact that this finger is so curved, but all the rest aren't that curved. So that can also be contributing to the odd feeling I'm getting. That looks even worse. How did I make it worse? What have I done? Okay. I know this is in the line art area, but I need a starting point. So this one, a little bit curved. This one can be curved like that because it's having to go around the book. And, well, he has bones in his fingers, so he can't just wrap them around without having some air gaps. Okay, not that tall. Let's do it more so right here. But then again, the book's at an angle. So the angle that it's at. See, this is one of the times where I really wish I had like a mirror fixed on the wall so I could be like, let me grab this random book and look at my hand. But then I also know that if I had a mirror on my wall, I would look at it and be like, ha ha ha, please don't have something behind me. Hero Brian just shows up. Okay. That should help a little bit. You know what? I think I'll have this at a very, very, very low opacity. Just so I can have the general thickness of the fingers, but I can also get them positioned in a way that I actually want them to be in. There we go. You know what? This one doesn't need to be curved as much as it is. It could be a little bit more relaxed. Well, what did I... What? What? Okay. I mean, that does look better, but doesn't seem to be the right thing at the moment. First things first, that would be too thick of a finger if I didn't have that gap. And then I think I can make the base of this one a little bit thicker just due to the fact that it's going to be more visible than the middle finger is just from positioning. In fact, this seems... The way I have the palms sketched is really relaxed in comparison to the fingers. The fingers look like they're holding on. Like, sure, the last joint in their fingers aren't pressed down to the point that they're practically bending backwards, but they are holding onto the book a lot tighter than they probably need to be. So if I relax that, I'm gonna turn the opacity down even further on this one. And then let's actually start with the... Oh, that was the wrong layer. Rude. Okay, doesn't need to be that dense. Just something like this. Why does the middle finger and the ring finger always end up so close together? At this point, it is essentially how all of the hands are. They're just glued to each other. That would be uncomfortable, at least for a little while until you get used to it, but it would be uncomfortable for a little bit. Be like, I can't move these two fingers individually. I mean, it does seem to fit more. I definitely need to fix this pointer finger because it is. Yes, I want it to be pointed, but this is just the fingers. I'm gonna do the actual nail part of it separately. I just want to get the shape of the fingers down so that way I can actually mess with said fun little thing. I mean, besides this pinky looking very odd right now, I think that does help it. Very much so. I mean, sure, there are a few areas that I feel like are a bit odd, but you know what? All things considered, since I'm going to be messing with them again just for the nail aspect, I don't think it's that terrible. And then over here, the book is going to be resting more so in the palm of their hand. Is the book small? I mean, it's definitely not the biggest book. In fact, well, thickness-wise, it is a fairly thick book from what I can tell. Like, if you were to, like, show it from an actual, like, side where you can see the pages, it'd probably be a relatively thick book, but it's not really tall or wide. You know what? Wait. Something that might help a little bit just with figuring out whether or not the hand is the right size. Because, wait. Wait a minute. Do I have it? I do. Why are you so far away? Okay. I'm having to pretend I'm holding a book just to see. I mean, it. Okay. I need to change finger placement. Mainly with the pinky. But that's fine. But I'm going to take this. I'm going to pick a more vibrant color. I'm going to do my best to be like, Ah, yes, this is going to be what it would look like if it was just sketched out and it was like flat to the camera. So flat to camera, we have our hand. And it seems to be the right size. So that's good. I'm just gonna bring this all the way down and not in the line art area. I mean, sure, this is in the line art area, but we don't talk about the finger sketch right here. It's just hanging out and might still be useful. So, but with the way that they're holding the book, since it's at a slight angle where if they move just ever so slightly, if they're not holding onto the book well enough, it'll just fall out of their hands. I want to move their hand back, back down just a little bit. So that way, instead of having their pinky up with everything else, they can rest some of the weight of the book on their pinky just so it doesn't fall to the ground with the angle that it's at. Is it probably the best idea? No, there are better ways to hold books, but you know what? It'll work. And in all fairness, it probably bended that. Why is your knuckle protruding ever so slightly? There we go. That is a long pinky. There we go. Gonna quickly re-sketch it so it isn't as oddly lined. And then do bop, bop. That still looks odd. Why do you look odd? What did I do? In all fairness, if it was bent, it probably wouldn't be to the full extent. It wouldn't be curled up. It would just be bent enough that you would be able to hold the weight of the book without, well, having the pinky go, ah! Okay, so it might still scream. Okay, if your pinky screams, there might be an issue. But besides that, besides your pinky growing vocal cords, it should be more steady than what it could be if you weren't to do said thing. And then we'd be able to fix the thumb, because the thumb, where the thumb would be, did look a little odd. And then we can move the pinky so it's resting underneath the book. So it's holding the, maybe not the majority of the weight, but just making it so it doesn't tumble out of their hands because of the way that they're holding it. Yeah. know what? I'm gonna make the opacity a little bit lessened and figure out a way to have the pinky like that and also not mess with the fingers all that much. Wait, can I make it so that way the ring finger and the middle finger aren't touching? Well, all the way anyway? Can I make it so that they're not stuck together by glue? Oh my gosh. I never thought it was possible. There we go. Okay, the pointer finger's having issues. Why are you having issues? What? Why? Why? Why are you saying you're being not right in my head? Let's go ahead and shorten that a little bit. Because since that is further away, it'll be shortened. Just in general. Let alone the pinky not being the longest finger. There we go. It looks a little curled, but it's not supposed to be curled. It's just kind of bent and pushed back behind. Ah, yes, behind points up. But maybe it does need to be a bit more relaxed, because if it's too bent, then it does look like it's just kind of curled up, which isn't the intended effect I want. You know what? That works. I'm going to quickly get that before I turn off this. There we go. There's something still off with the fingers, mainly these three. But hey, I got the pinky. Why? Why must you do this to me? Why must you hurt me this way? Okay. You know what? I'm going to go bop, bop. This is odd, but also, why do I feel like it makes sense when the shape itself does not make sense? Then again, our hand, well, yes, it is, it can be seen as like a rectangle. It does have kind of a triangle that is inside of said rectangle that kind of curves into it and moves. So, you know what? There's many bones in our hands and ligaments and everything. So I shouldn't be that surprised that it makes sense while also not making this easy for placing the fingers right. And then this one goes here. This one goes here, here, And then this one's squished, which makes sense. You need to be a lot more transparent. No! Wrong layer! That was the very translucent error. Error? Translucent layer. I almost said panel. Would have been the wrong word. I guess it could have made sense, but definitely wasn't the word I was trying to say. And that's curved too much, so it because it is the hand itself is curved. We can even see that just by the book. But it's not curved to the point where it feels like a yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. Actually, I just traced the underline, which isn't what I wanted. Just want it as a base guide so I can fix what happened without losing said shape. Okay. So far, so good. Except for the very thick line at the end of the finger. Apparently, I'm going to do this all on separate layers. Each phalange has a different layer. I don't know why it does, but you know what? Apparently it does, and that is how things go. And that's too much. Plus, I need to have it so it doesn't have the point just yet, because that would be for the nail itself. But this is too thick of a finger. Why? How have I managed to do this? I mean, some of it might be the fact that I'm curving it down here, so I'm thinking I have to have the finger go immediately up, but I don't. You know what? Miles better. Okay. That works. No! I don't know what happened to that finger, but it wanted to be very wavy. It wanted to be just wee. Okay, maybe not that wavy, but still. You know what? Despite the fact that I think I just need to elongate the middle finger just a tad. I think that it fixes some of the issue. There's still a little issue over here, but all in all, it's not the worst. I do need to bring this down, though, so it looks like it's actually not oddly positioned, though what has happened here? Oh, it's because I need to fix the pinky. I'll have it so the pinky just has that line, but it won't have the line of, oh, hey, there's skin connecting them. And then go up. I'll turn this off, even though it's not really affecting that much. You know what? Before I do anything, where is it? Let's turn that off. I'm good. Should I turn off the book for a little bit? I mean, the book being there doesn't really change much. I think the pinky's still a little off. Not to the point where it's so absurd that it looks genuinely odd, but enough so where it's bugging me. Let's do bop, bop, and fix the knuckle here. And it looks like he broke his finger. How did I manage that? We don't want his fingers to be broken. Did it turn out broken? Yes. The book was too heavy. The book was too heavy and broke his pinky. And now it kind of looks like he's wearing gloves, because that is too many crease. If we ignore the fact that that finger is most likely too thick, it's not too bad. I'm just gonna change the base of it a little. It might also be a little too long. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, that might have also been it. Just a little bit too long. It's a very long pinky. It wanted to join all the other fingers. It was feeling left out. And then bop. Okay, that might just be because of the layer below. It was just because of the layer below. Lovely. Okay. I think I'm happy with that. Just need to fix that. It was all alone in being short. Because the thumb was too far away. Okay, let's go ahead, bring the book opacity back up. You know what? I'm gonna duplicate this and then hide that one just in case if I don't like it. Because if I erase too much and I do too much between me erasing it and everything, then I'll have to either redraw it or just have it saved, so might as well help myself a little bit. Okay. There we go. You know what? I don't hate that. Am I probably going to make tiny adjustments now and then? Probably. But I honestly think that is probably one of the best hands I've done in a little bit. So I'm not going to complain. We're going to ignore all the layers I have. Jeez. Okay. Pop. And I only have to adjust the sleeve a little bit to fit what's going on. Lovely. There are so many layers. It's my own fault. But you know what? At least I'm not gonna have it to where it's like, oh no, I did this and now I legitimately can't fix it unless I redraw the whole thing. So at least I'm not having that. I think the only time I've had that recently was with one of my fan art things where it's like, oh hey, I merged those two layers together. Yes, it's no longer a multiply layer. It's like, oh, well, that's frustrating. Very frustrating. It's not the end of the world, but would have been better if it didn't happen. You know what? I'm gonna trust the process because I have a feeling I'm gonna need to. Where? Oh, it's right here. Let's go ahead and curl that a bit. So it's not paper thin, it's just relatively thin. There we go. Perfect. It'll have a slight bit of a but not enough to where it's like, oh hey, the elastic's all healthy. It's just enough so it's like, oh hey, it's been sewn in such a way that the fabric will do that. Because unless the stitching frays for any apparent reason, it shouldn't not hold the majority of its shape. Unless it's, well, not on someone. But if it's on the ground, it's definitely not going to hold its shape. It'll be a pile of cloth on the floor. I don't know why it's specifically on the floor, but you know what? It works. They look so annoyed. Just, why are you doing this? Why have you summoned me? Maybe that's what the ghosts are thinking whenever you use the summoning circle. It's just, why? Really? Really? Out of all the things you could have done and you summoned me to you, you know what? No. No, once this whole ritual is over, you're done. I'm after your bones. Because in all fairness, they're ghosts. They're not gonna have any bones. They'll have illusions of bones. But you think they keep their femur when they're ghosts? No. They need to regain their femur. Don't know why specifically their femur, but you know what? Here we are. They need their femur back. It was stolen from them. Probably by the trickster ghosts. Which, at this moment, I'm saying is twins, but it could easily be reasoned that it could also be Mimic. Because they can be tricksters to a point as well, because they are trying to be like, ooh, I'm this ghost. No, I'm this ghost. No, I'm actually this ghost. I was like, come on, pick a ghost. Are you this ghost or this ghost? Yes. Why are you all of the ghosts? It's always fun when you either don't have evidence or, let's say it's too aggressive to go into its ghost room to look for orbs or any other piece of evidence. And it's a mimic, and it's like, wait a minute. Weren't you fast a second ago? And then you have to go through another hunt. And then it's extremely slow. It's like, what is going on? Is this ghost okay? When the ghost is legitimately just being like, ha ha ha, I am all of the ghosts. You can't predict what I am. I am all of them. And then you have to sigh and shake your head and be like, no. You're lying to me. You're not all of them. You're just a mimic. And you're really good at your job. But then again, there are some mimics where it's like, oh, hey, here are my orbs. Oh, let me talk to you. Or, I'm gonna slap this door. Or, oh, did it get really chilly? And it's like, oh, this is just a mimic. It's always fun when you have the, oh, hey, this is instantly a mimic. Because, well, you already know what the ghost is, so you can focus on everything else. You can be like, oh, hey, we need to get a ghost photo or ghost video. And it's like, okay, on it, because we don't have to worry about what the ghost actually is anymore, because we have a guaranteed, hey, this ghost likes to be every other ghost. Have fun. I think the only time where it's an issue is when it decides to be like, I'm a Dio when you're hiding, or I'm a Revenant and I see you. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess I'll die now. There we go. Let's do a bop, bop. I'm actually really happy with how this hoodie is turning out. I mean, sure, I think I want to fix this a little bit. Where would that be? Right here? Because I think I want it to come more so like that. Just so it's hooked underneath the... That's this? What are you from? What are you from? Why are you here? Where is the some pad of sorts? The where it's not that layer. Where is it coming from? How did I lose it? Is it what is that to actually? What oh it's just down there. It's just part okay. Is it this one? No. And you're not attached to the shoulder. You're not attached to the sleeve itself. How have you managed this? Is it all the way down here? Are you somehow attached to, like, the, I don't know, the hood? It wouldn't be this far down, would it? No, because those are all full screened, meaning that there's nothing super far away. How? Oh, there we go. Found it! I finally found it! The layer I was searching for. That was weirdly elusive. Because it was above a hidden layer. Okay, this is why we can't have nice things. Is it this one? Yes, I just need to thin the line a little bit. There we go. There we go. Much better. Now I'm not having to search for a random line in the literal hundreds of layers I have. I don't want the textured eraser. Go away. Ah yes, let me pop up with the name I have when you're legitimately just drawing lines. And it's like, no, I'm doing stuff. Why are you showing up with your name? I know I hovered over you, but it was a little bit ago. And it's like, well, you must know the name of this drawing tool right now. And it's like, but I don't want to. What if I want to draw without having my sight impeded by a name of a drawing tool? You know what? Wait a minute. Okay, good. Good, good, good. I want to test something out real quick. Just gonna do this. And please say it'll go the right way. Yes. I mean, it kind of does anyway. For the most part. I don't know why I wanted it to be shorter, but I think it's kind of because I don't want to fall into accidental same face syndrome. Because it does look similar to how I draw some other characters. And I don't want to fall into the thing where it's like, oh hey, all of the characters look alike and you can do nothing about it for uh 5 weeks. Why did I pick 5 weeks? You know what? It works. It does kind of feel like that sometimes. It could also just be because of the way I do eyes, in all fairness. I think another thing that's throwing me off a little bit, that eyebrow is thicker than the other. Not by a whole lot, but by enough that it's noticeable to me, even though it legitimately doesn't truly matter. It's just enough so that's frustrating. No. Here. Thank you. Did I legitimately do the same? You know what? If I go over here and twist it a little, still looks like a furrowed eyebrow and doesn't look like it's going off into the abyss. I've got to redraw it because it's starting to become blurry, but it's at least not going all the way into the hair. Much better. Because of the way the jacket's pulled, it kind of looks like this side should be further back, but it's legitimately just because his hand is in his pocket. So he's pushing, not pushing, well, it's kind of pushing, but pulling the fabric forward and down. But then again, I do need to actually make it so the fabric actually looks like it's bending to the leg instead of digging into the leg. Because it would kind of suck if you were walking, you lift your leg and whatever shirt, jacket, hoodie, whatever starts digging into your leg because it's an immovable object. Because that would really kind of suck. I should probably lower the opacity on that. And then I could go like bop. And because it ends right there, it can kind of just stay like that for the most part. And it shouldn't cause issues. And because we did that, that's one part. You know what? We can lower the opacity on that, but it's not the part that I wanted to. Ah, here it is. Let's lower that opacity real quick. Just because we're going to have to work around the fabric bending. Up. You know what? Let's do... Okay, the leg wouldn't move that much. Because let me go all the way down. Actually, it'd probably be easier just to close this folder to get to this point. You know what? Here we are. I guess I'll do a very vibrant blue here. Because the beginning of the leg would probably be around here. It goes out. And it curves. Okay, it's kind of to the side. Fine, I'll curve it to the side. So we're going to want it to follow that path. Meaning that we're gonna first off want to lower that opacity so I can actually see what I'm doing. Where is it? That's not the worst, but it's not the best either. Actually, I do like that, but it's gonna probably get drawn over. No! No! We're not doing blue line art, we're doing black line art. And when we do this, we can have it so it bends to a point where it kind of covers this bottom part of the zipper. And have it be somewhat like that. I mean, I do need to fix it in some areas, but you know what? It does follow the leg a lot better than before. That doesn't mean I need to erase that part of the zipper, but you know what? It happens. There we go. Where's the zipper? Well, I didn't mean to lower the opacity. There we go. And then, you know, I'm just going to go to the top, close it, turn that off, and then open it back up. Besides the fact that we need to do this instead so we can actually see a little bit of fabric beforehand. That's not terrible, and something that will probably also help is turning this back on, turning the opacity back up, and erasing this one. Because this side, it'll probably also be a little effective, but not so much so that it's bending as much as this one. Just enough to where you know it's connected to the same article of clothing. this? Yes. You know what? Yes, but not there. Is it here? It is here. Okay. Instead of doing what I did here, I think I'm going to have it bend a little. Oh, dang it. Have it bend a little bit more than I initially thought. So it can come down to its normal state gradually since it's zipped up. Is that also connected to the same? It is not. Okay. I think I want it to be a little bit more squared at the bottom. But other than that, yeah, that looks better. Looks more like it's being pulled along as you walk. Lovely. You know what? I really like the fact that I gave the shade very baggy and loose clothes. Because I don't think I've actually messed with this too much. So it's kind of fun seeing where you would put all the creases and everything. Like, sure, some of them aren't necessary. Like, that one probably wasn't necessary, but it feels right. Feels like it kind of needs to be there. I think the only part that seems a little neglected are the arms, but because there's so much detail in the torso, it kind of pulls away from the fact that the arms don't have as much detail, but I'll probably add a whole lot more once I have the background, or not the background, the sketch layer gone. Because once the sketch layer is gone and I no longer have to worry about just the shape of it, then I can actually work on the finer details like, oh, hey, there's a patch here or there's a stitch here. But for now, I'll stick with it and just get at least the base of the things done. Why did I do that all in the same layer? Those were so far away. That's fine. I'm just going to think that there's nothing on that layer, and I'm just going to be like, what is on here? And it removes half the drawing, but it's just scattered amongst the entire thing. Okay, if there is an actual battery pack in there, I would assume that the battery pack would be probably a rectangle of sorts. So have it be like that. There we go. I may or may not keep that. It really depends on how it looks once we have all of the line art. But I think I do want to fix these ones. I think they're too long. Depends on how I guess loud could be a way to do it, but if it gets too much in the line art, then I'll get rid of it. But at the moment, it doesn't seem to be causing too much of an issue. And because of the fact that there's actually a battery pack in here, which would be heavy enough that I forgot to draw this part. But since a battery pack would be heavy enough to weigh down, well, since these aren't jeans or anything, so it's not gonna be like super stiff. It's just like casual slacks. It would definitely just sink to the bottom and pull the fabric. Would it pull the entire pants fabric? Maybe. It depends on how big and how heavy the battery pack is, but I don't think it would do too much considering the fact that it's just powering a light. I wonder if the mayor dislikes just this mechanism. It's like, why? I'm trying to sleep, but here you are reading while everyone else is asleep, and you have that damn light on. Oh, that's what that's from. Okay. Let's do... I guess it's kind of part of the face. No, that's... What are you attached to? So I want to combine all of you so I don't have to worry about being like, oh, what layer shall I do? Why did I keep that on? I mean, it doesn't change much. It seems to be the exact same thing, but that's fine. It's fine. Okay. And now I can go... Whoop. And... There we go. Oh, but their head is tilted. And since I went with the sketch, which was before the head was tilted, I need to tilt it. Not that much. There we go. Let's have you right there. Perfect. And you know what? I have a feeling the button would be on the... I guess that would be the left side. But that's the button. This is the actual light itself, which is slightly curved out. So I feel like a better button would probably be with the battery pack, in all fairness. So, you know what? It's going to stay with the battery pack. Either the battery pack or near where it's just kind of hanging on his ear. So maybe there's a button like right behind where it's sitting over in this general area. But I think having it on the battery pack would make more sense. Kind of like the battery packs that have the little switch on it. They just have to flick that way and it turns on. You know what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Nope, that's the wrong side of my pen. It can curve around his ear like this. Sure, the top part won't be visible because of the hair. But that's just so it doesn't fall off, though it probably will, in all fairness. So don't tilt your head the other direction, otherwise it'll just go wee, because it won't have the support. And then we can connect it to the top of that. And I would assume it's kind of adjustable, so it has like one of those bendy metal wire things, so you can adjust it to wherever you need it to be. Okay, this needs to be a little bit more. Yeah, that's better. I think the only issue with this specific design for him is that I could be wrong. I have detached earlobes, but I feel like if you have attached earlobes, it'd be more difficult to keep these kinds of things on your ear. But that's just me not knowing whether or not that would actually be the case. But it does kind of look like it with how it's positioned. But he's trying. In fact, it might curl around in the back here, so you know what? If it does curl around and hooks on both ears, then it won't fall off easily. That actually probably wouldn't be a bad thing. In fact, if it had, like, let's say the top part has just like an earbud function as well. So it's like one of those wireless, almost invisible earbuds, but instead of just earbuds, it wraps around the ear, like some of those odd earbuds. And he could be both listening to, like, I don't know, music, or maybe the book. Maybe he's listening to the book while reading the book. But either way, curls around and has it on either side. So I do need to fix whatever's happening with this device, because it doesn't look right. Why do you look odd? Well, now you look even more odd. That should be okay, and then we can adjust it from there. Okay, I need to fix this top part. You know what? Yeah. I mean, it's a lot of stuff in one small space, so from afar it doesn't look the best. But it does look like it would actually at least hold together, if not anything else. And since it's messing with his hair, I can also use some of his hair to basically hide the fact that it's so compressed that if I were to make it look the way that would need to be 3D, because it kind of just it looks like too much stuff in one area. So let's go ahead and first do this real quick. Perfect. Keep that. And then over here, let's go ahead and combine these. Yes. Lower the opacity enough so we can. Oh, I'm on the fine eraser. I do not want to be on that eraser. Okay, that is just matching with the back of the hair. Well, that one's going to be further in front, so having it right there would kind of make sense. In all fairness. Even if I really need to fix it because it was a very thick line in comparison to all of the lines around it. You know what? There we go. Then we can turn this up again and get rid of the parts that aren't going to be visible. Ah, that's what was going on. I was like, what? Where is this? What are we doing here? And then that's the hair. Might as well reinforce that. I mean, it still looks like a lot all in one place. But considering the fact that making it lower opacity would make it look worse, I think it'll be fine because it's in such a small area that I think I can get away with it. I think I just need to be careful with the colors in that area so it doesn't look too much all of the time. It's just too much this time. And I'm going to quickly fix the hair back here so it looks like there's a little bit more hair than before. Just because it's pushing some of the hair out of the way. So it'll mess up the hair a little bit, but that's fine. But that has an earbud function while also being a light. The earbud function would most likely be Bluetooth, mainly because it would need several connection points if it wasn't. That can go around. And then it can go all the way over here and into the pocket. Without a weird frayed wire here. You know what? I actually really like that. It's definitely way different from the initial version of this ghost. But you know what? That's fine. They evolved. Because the initial version was a lot more timid, was a lot more. Well, it didn't have as much detail. And also had stiff jeans. And the hair was a little different. But you know what? That's fine. I think the main thing with doing this is that I'm excited to put it side by side legitimately, which means that once I actually finish this, I'm going to take a picture of the physical drawing I have and then put it side by side. And I'm actually excited to see each of the things that are different. Because it's always fun to be like, oh yeah, I don't think my style's changed much. And then you go back to some of your old art and be like, wait a minute. That's different. Or just redrawing old things. Being like, I made this character 3 years ago or 2 weeks ago. It really doesn't matter the time. And you could be like, oh, hey, this has changed. This has changed. Oh, why did I do stuff like that? Why did... You know what? No. Blue is a darker color, so that's probably why it feels like I didn't lower the opacity again. There we go. There we go. I had to make sure I was on the right layer. There we go. Okay. The shoe. The shoe has some quirks. Are all of them going to be sorted out? No. I am not the shoe master. But I'll fix some of the quirks. Like where the laces are going to go. Because I think I am going to give laces. But I think, unlike me, he actually puts on his shoes and unties his shoe first to put on his shoe. Because let's face it, I try to avoid having to retie my shoes. But I feel like he would also be like, okay, I just need to go from point A to point B. It's like 10 feet. I don't need to go that far. I don't need to tie my shoes. There we go. Let's go ahead and put a lace here. Put a lace not too far from it. That is very poor lace work on my end. Dang it. Come on. Let's try to keep it okay thickness instead of the shoelace being like, I'm gonna be all of the thicknesses. You will never know what the real thickness of my shoelace is. That would really suck. Be like, oh hey, I need to redo my shoelaces. I need to relace my shoe. And then you try to find the right lace, the right shoelace thickness. I don't know why they'd adjust in thickness, but you know what? Let's say they do. And one's too big, one's too small, but it fits in this hole, but it's too big for another. That'd be a confusing shoelace. That'd be confusing shoes. I think the shoe would be more the problem rather than the shoelace itself in that scenario. And then the final one would be right over here. Just kind of dangling off to the side. Haha. Untied shoe. It would be so difficult to walk in untied shoes. I know it's possible, but I feel like it'd be way more difficult. Because sure, you won't have to. No, well, let's not do that. You won't have to retie your shoelaces because, well, they're untied. But your shoe would consistently keep trying to fall off your foot. And you'd be like, oh, well, now I have to step fully on the ground, make sure my shoe's actually on so it doesn't fly off somehow. But you know what? Whatever floats the ghost's goat. I feel like the Shade would probably curse at the poltergeist for floating their goat. Be like, no, not my goat. Well, now I have to say that Shade has a pet goat. And you know what? It'd be adorable. Would the goat be alive or dead? It's just an alive goat that they take care of, and the goat is so confused of why random objects are just floating. Be like, what is going on? What did I eat? Where? What layer is the bottom of this pant leg on. Legitimately. Where is it? This? No? How have I managed this? Where are you? Are you further down than I thought? No. It's not the ones that can actually see all the line work because it's... There we go. It's this one. Haha, I found it. Just to erase that one singular line. Lovely. Okay. Needs to be a little bit different. There we go. There we go. I don't know why I felt like I need to put those lines, but you know what? That's fine. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really affect anything. But you know what? Sometimes small details matter. And sometimes it goes... It's too small of a detail and it's like, oh, well, dang it. But I'll find that out later. Okay, let's do this one. There we go. I don't know why, but sometimes it is very... I don't know if satisfying is the right word for it, but it's enjoyable to draw fabric. Sometimes. It really depends on if the fabric is actually working with you. That is... Oh no, it crashed. Okay. This is why we can't have nice things. Why did you crash? Why was that something you decided to do? Rude. I mean, yeah, I've been drawing for a while, but it doesn't mean you could just crash on me. What if I didn't want you to crash? What if I wanted to... Oh, I don't know. Continue drawing? Oh. I mean, that's not too much progress lost, but still. Oh. Sadness. I was wondering what's happening. It's like, wait. I'm trying to erase things, but it doesn't have the circle. What's going on here? It was because it was screaming at me, being like, oh, why? You're using me for too long. Yeah, it is a thing that happens occasionally. I don't have a good reason why. I'm just assuming that every once in a while, the program just goes, oh, I'm using too much of, I would assume, memory or something to that effect. And then it goes, oh, bye. And just kind of pops off. And then you can immediately reopen it and not lose, like, the whole thing unless you just started. But thankfully, it saves regularly enough that I wasn't gonna cry tonight. Because if I lost all of this progress, I probably would have cried. Because that would have been a lot of progress lost. And it would have been sadness. It would have been enough sadness that I'd be like, okay, I'm just gonna pop off and go find my stuffies. Because that's all you really can do. I don't know how you would manage to recover said thing without just redrawing it, so. I keep on forgetting that it does that, because it doesn't do it all the time. It's infrequent enough that it's not a problem, but it's frequent enough to notice being like, huh, that's weird. Wonder why that happens. And then I shrug it off and just reopen the program, but it is odd. Very odd indeed. I'm glad I only lost the progress of one leg, though. But you know what? Even if it lost more than just the progress of this leg, and it lost the progress of the shoes as well, so that'd be a fair chunk of progress just kind of gone. But as long as it wasn't the entire sketch, you know what? Life happens. Sucks, but it happens. Thankfully, that was not the case this time, though. And it was very kind. It was like, you know what? Here, have a checkpoint. We noticed you were coming upon a small little section of difficulties, so we put up a checkpoint, and there's an ominous amount of health items and ammo. In all fairness, if I saw that in a drawing program, I would be concerned. Be like, what is going on here? What kind of drawing boss battle am I going to face? Hopefully it's not art block, because that is a battle that would be very difficult. Be like, you're the boss you're going to fight is named Art Block. And it's like, oh, lovely. Where's the can I sit in this corner and hope it doesn't find me button? There we go. There we go. And then we need you crisscrossing over there. And you crisscrossing over there. Okay, you need to actually crisscross at the very end. Otherwise, it's not going to work how I want you to. And then up. There we go. and then go up. And then we can get the toe and the part of the shoe that just is where your foot is and not added height or padding. There we go. Okay. So just for front facing, you know what? I'm just gonna. You need to close anyway. And then let's. Okay, not you. I can turn off the ears. That can stay. What are you a part of? Oh, you're a part of the jacket. So ignoring the little bit of sketching that's still there just because of the notes I have, and the fact that the floor is kind of in the shoes, and we don't have a shirt design. We don't have a shirt design or a charm on the bookmark either, or the book cover. But besides that, like, just focusing on the basic look without like the intricate details of what is on said items of clothes, I think that is actually really good. I am very happy with that. Because just looking at it, I can't think of anything I would need to add, except for, well, turning off whatever layer that is on. Wait a minute. Where's the rogue arm? Where are you? It would probably be for the... Is it... Ah, found it. Lovely. And I also need to... Maybe not right there. No. Does it actually need something there? Or is it... Okay, it looks fine as is. I could probably add a little bit, like, if this was bent a little bit, but I think that itself is fine. In all fairness, I know this is a dude. But there are certain aspects of, I think mainly the hair, that's like, huh, you know what? I could easily turn that hair, like, take that hair and put it onto a different character. You know what? I'm glad I did the hair the way I did it, because that actually opens up a fair chunk of a world for me, because I don't do a lot of short hair just because I haven't been able to do it in a way that's like, oh, hey, I know that this will look good. So you know what? I'm glad I found that with this character. Now I need to turn back on, maybe not all of these, but at least these two layers. Because I need to take this and do it backwards. Okay, not legitimately backwards, but relatively backwards. I mean, what I could do, which would be extremely dangerous, is turn this all into one layer, and then doing a similar trick, and then lowering the opacity just enough to where I can see what things I changed and what things I kept. Because I did change a few things, which is why there are so many different colors than this one has. Because this one has like the pink, the green, the teal, the blue, the dark blue, the orange, the red. There are so many colors here. And then this one has the 5 colors if you count the yellow down here. Green. Wait, no, there's orange as well. So orange, red, green, blue, darker blue, and teal. Because once I have it'll be fine. Once I have the general knowledge of where it goes, I think I'll be able to easily get it all done. Okay, you. I need to. Please don't go off the page. It is so. Ah, yes. Perfect. I love it when they're on the same. Actually, it looks odd, but I can see that being really cool. Like if you have a character and you change the design in a certain way to basically be like, this is one side of the character, this is the other side of the character, but one has a different colored outline and the other has another colored outline that is the complementary color or something like that, to where you can tell the two apart, but they're both distinct from each other. That'd be pretty fun. Or it'd just be a good way of making playing cards. Okay. And this is not going to be a one-for-one thing that will do it, but it'll at least be like, oh, hey, this is where this goes, this is where this goes. Yada, yada, yada. Plus, this gives me an opportunity to see it flipped. And you know what? Considering the fact I don't usually flip my art, I'm actually not unhappy with how it looks. Like, legitimately, I don't see many issues. That's genuinely surprising. Okay. I'm going to lower the opacity. I'm going to drag you down to the bottom here. Should you be on a different... Should you be behind it? I guess it doesn't really matter all that much. As long as I have both, though those pants are so dark. Okay. You know what? Because this is underneath everything, I shouldn't regret this too much if I go like this and just... Okay, maybe not yellow. Maybe yellow is a very bad idea. Was it a bad idea? I mean, I didn't use yellow for a whole lot, but it's also because it's a very bright color that can be kind of hard to distinguish. I mean, orange isn't terrible. Okay, that's a little bit better. Have it be closer to a blood orange. Okay. There we go. And then what I can do is sketch out where certain things would be on the back here. Because this would be the back of the head. We'd have the back of the hair as well. Which means that we would have the outline of at least the top of the hair. And then, of course, the back of the ear. And I'll probably lower the opacity of this layer as well so I can see what mistakes I'm making just the way that I'm doing it. Because I'm not trying to be perfect with it. I'm just trying to get to where it's enough so where I can be like, okay, this is where this will go and I can roll with it. And this is the side that has oh, well, it goes over the ear, probably under the hair here. However, it does go across, so probably have some hair over it, as well as mess up a little bit of the hair down here. I mean, sure, that's really wavy, but it's getting the basic stuff down. There we go. And then just going from here, we'll bring it down so we can have the actual hood itself over here. And do something along these lines. It looks so very weird to see a face and the back of a head at the same time. I should probably lower the opacity just slightly. Just so I can do this very rough sketch. I mean, on the side, it means that this is going to be in front of it. And this is going to be from the other angle, meaning that we're going to have the thumb on this side. and the majority of the hand won't be visible. So that, hey, we don't have to worry about all of the fingers this time. We just have to worry about the thumb. You know what? It's better than last time. There we go. Perfect. And this is going to go back. Is there a gap? There is not a gap. Okay. Have it like this. It's not going to be pulled as much down back here as it is in the front. There we go. You know what? I'm glad we focused on one side before trying to do the other as well. Because that really kind of helps with the fabric. Because I had an idea of what I wanted to do with the fabric on the back, but it kind of looked a little wonky. And then back here, I'm going to mostly focus on the blue rather than the yellow on this side, just for the simple fact of the yellow is not going to be as... It won't be as... No. Right. It's all on one layer. Forgot about that. You know what? Let's have you go a little bit more to the side so you can actually do that. Because then from at a certain angle, you would have the same look over here. Lovely. And then the tiny detail of the stitches, I can get that another way. Because I'm still going to have this layer on. I just won't have the... It won't be the main focus for the most part. And because this leg is further out, I'm going to have to do my best to do something similar on the legs, but make sure I'm actually following the blue line more than the yellow one. Because the yellow one is front facing. Which isn't going to be the right way. That works. It is such a vibrant red, which is a good thing. I mean, I'm able to see the red more than all the other lines, and at the moment, that is very good. Then we could do bop, bop. It goes down. And then the shoelaces, I'll do a similar thing with what I did with the other shoes, and I'll just do that when I'm actually lining it. Because it's shoelaces. It's not too bad. Can it be difficult at times? Yes. But it's not something I'm going to worry about too much. I'd rather focus on the main shape of everything else. There we go. Do this. Is that just the spine of the... Oh, no. It is not just the spine of the book. I was like, wait, what is this? It's just the bookmark. It's just a bookmark, and it looked odd. That doesn't look right. If we're holding the book like this from the front, the other side's going to be visible. Right. Dang it. Fine. We're still going to be able to do this, but it's going to be... That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to just move you over here. There we go. Perfect. And then, of course, we'll have the bookmark that comes over the thing and hangs down. There we go. Rough sketch of what the back looks like. Lovely. The red is what I need to focus on the most, but having the other one available if I need it won't hurt. There we go. There are so many things. Okay. Now it's time to actually line it. Bop. And bop. That's visible on the back of the ear. That is gonna curve around, so we're gonna need to fix the trajectory here. You know what? It'll probably help if I just did that. And quickly just did that real quick. I'll lower the opacity so I can actually put some hair over it because, yeah, sure, a lot of the hair is going to be pressed down, but not all of it. Some of it's going to be pushed up. Some of it's going to probably somehow get tangled. It really depends on whether or not their hair likes having things in their hair. There we go. And let's see here. That's the hair. That's going to be the back of the light support. Like the light supporting structure. There we go. That seems too visible on that side. Is that connected? No, it's connected to here. I don't know why it feels too visible, but it did. Damn, wrong thing. There we go. And because it's so much space, I think it kind of needs small hair details. AKA me just going in and being like, this is gonna have a little swoop. Then this is gonna have a little swoop. If there's too many swoops, we'll get rid of some. And if there's not, well, then we'll add more. Until we feel like it's enough. You know what? I actually kind of love that. You know what? I'm gonna quickly save just in case, considering I have all of that done, and I'm a fair chunk of progress on the other half. There we go. Perfect. Actually, let's have that closer to here. And then this one just has the fold in general. There we go. You know what? Let's have this curve at the end. And I think I might want to make the inside maybe not a totally different color, but probably at least a subtle difference in color. So I'll make a note for myself. And I'll make that note in. You know what? I don't think we have a purple note yet. Uh, inside hoodie. Uh, yes, slightly different. Why is that D so big? Color. And I'll go. Wheep. Okay, that is. Can I please? I want to target just the very. I want to target all of the very long arrow, just so it's not overlapping the other one. And I'll make it a bit wider, so it can actually point to where I want it to point. And I'll make the text a little smaller. There we go. Let's see here. Let's do this side first. Just so I can get the book part done, because that's the part that I'm most concerned about. Because it might turn out a bit odd, but I also might have done the sketch or the very rough flipped backwards behind sketch well enough. Ah, yes. That totally wasn't a mouthful. Let's do that. There we go. Perfect. Oh, I put that all in the same layer. Oops. There we go. Please say it was an okay enough rough sketch that I don't have to worry too much. Because if it is, then hooray! If it's not, then I've got to finick with a few things. Which, in all fairness, I wouldn't be too surprised since this is one of the few things I actually had to be like, okay, this is what we're doing. I need to adjust it a little bit. Oh, actually, that's there we go. Well, almost. There we go. Much better. And then we can get the pages in. And then this one is going to be more open than the others just because of the bookmark. And then do that. Right? Yeah, I just pulled it all the way through. Okay. I need the tiny eraser. And I need to fix the shape a little bit. There we go. I think the main thing that I need to fix is the fact that this is so tall in comparison to the one that is closer. There we go. No, the line. It was going the wrong way. It wanted to go into the spine, and I did not want it to go into the spine. And apparently I wanted to erase a bit of that. I mean, I didn't, but it's still what it That's still what happened. Okay. There we go. You know what? For now, I do not need that on. I had a light on above the drawing I have of the original version of the shade, and it was getting a little too bright for me. It's probably a little warm. It's a little warm. Oh, I accidentally turned it back on. Stop it. There we go. That is the outside of the bucket. I had to figure out what that was. Oh no. That's not right. That's probably a little bit better. Because the original is pulled down so far that I think what I can do is be like this. Well, no, because on this side, it's not that low. Hmm. You know what? For a second, I need to look at the original sketch a bit more. Okay, first things first, I need to fix that. I need to fix what's going on over here because it goes out more. Oh, and oh, oh, oh. What? What was I thinking over here? That's not how that works. That's not how the fabric would fabric. Why? Okay. You know what? Apparently, that's how my brain thought fabric would fabric until I looked at the back and how it would have to be. Here we are. Okay, so if this is where the pocket would start, the hand would continue to go about to here, and then we'd see the pocket. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. And now I can lower the opacity of this by a whole lot. and then trail it over. There we go. You know what? Besides just, of course, all of them being ghost types, I feel like there should be a common design trait of all of them. What that should be, I'm still not entirely certain. But maybe like a ghost mark of sorts. Ah, yes, the ghost mark. Just as a fun, like, little connect the dots thing. I mean, out of everything, maybe, I mean, it'd be very self-explanatory, but maybe the thing is that there's just a hidden ghost somewhere within the drawing. Because with this one, it's not going to be so hidden. It's just going to be ghost socks. It's very spooky socks. The spookiest of socks. Eh, that doesn't fit as well. If it's just that, it's not too much. But then again, there could be a different thing, like, I don't know. All of them have a different pupil of sorts. I mean, I'm not going to do that on this one yet until I figure out a concrete thing, but it would be intriguing. You know what? For probably the Revenant, I think that would kind of make sense to have the different eyes. Mainly just for the simple fact of once they see you, they are so fast. But if they don't see you, they are very slow. I guess that means that the Rev would always need a supervisor of sorts. Otherwise, whatever they're doing is not gonna really get done quickly. It'll get done someday, but Revs are super slow unless they see someone. Or it could just be they're really good at chasing people. Be like a bodyguard or a guard of some sort. And it's like, oh, someone's trying to run away. Guess we gotta catch them. Just sprints at them. And the other person's like, what is going on? Then again, in this universe, it's probably gonna be relatively chill. I don't know if they would need bodyguards, but then again, there are ghost hunters. And ghost hunters would probably cause a few issues if you're a ghost, in all fairness. So, who knows? Maybe they do need a guard of sorts. And Revs, Dios, Moroys, and Young Thays would be like the main guards, just because of how fast they are. And sure, the Dio slows down when it's close to you, but it can find you wherever you are, so I don't think that really matters. It'd be like, oh, sure, you can run, but you can't hide. Legitimately. Well, how'd you get got? It knew where I was. What do you mean? What do you mean it knew where you were? Revenants are fun. I meant Dios, but you know what? Revenants are also fun. Just also really fast. And not something I would want to find when I wasn't expecting it, because then it's a panic. Oh, I have to smudge right now or I'm dead. You know what? Now I need to put a, like, I have a feeling that the place that they live, like, no matter which ghost home it is, and it's not gonna be like one of the actual houses, it's just gonna be like where the ghosts live when they're not haunting houses. Or maybe it is one of the houses. Who knows? But they just have a no smudge sign because, well, they're ghosts, so it'd be very counterproductive. No smudge within these premises. This premises. Ah, yes, these. All of these. I mean, depending on how many signs and where they're placed, I guess it could be multiple. There we go. You know when you accidentally scrape your hand, finger, whatever against some paper, and you get the weird feeling that it kind of feels like you have a paper cut, but it's not like the sting pain of a paper cut. It's really weird. There we go. Perfect. So far, so good. You know what? I need to knock on all the wood because I would rather not lose the progress I have right now. Oh, the paper cut thing? Yeah. Thankfully, it's not like painful, but it's weird. It's like a weird. It's like a weird, very faint, almost tickle, but it's in like a very sliver of your finger. So it's like, is this painful or is this just a weird sensation? I say that, and then I'm gonna turn on the light and be like, oh, why is there blood here? Ah, paper cut. I don't think I actually did cut my finger. I think it's legitimately just weird sensation. Did I make? I made 2 layers. Okay. Apparently I needed 2 for this one thing. And that's what happens when you're drawing for so long and you're kind of distracted. But then again, when am I really truly focused? Really truly. Let's do bop and bop. Lovely. Now, this looks even more loose than the other one. You know what? Okay then. This is the looser of the shoes, and it may or may not be falling off any moment now. And then you'll have to put it back on and probably grumble about it. Be like, dang it, why did my shoe fall off? Now I have to either put it back on and actually fix it, or just walk back with just my socks on, or one sock on and a shoe on, and then there's gravel in my sock. That would really suck. That'd be one of the things that I would never want in my sock. Gravel. That would not be comfortable. And then bop, bop. There we go. And since this is the outside of the shoe, I don't really feel the need to put too much of an indent on the side here. Because the arch is going to be more towards the center than the outside. And I need to fix that part of the shoe because it was not quite right. Okay. Moment of truth. Let's turn these off real quick. Okay, I need to fix this shoe. Because something about it is very off. I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but it is off enough that it needs to be fixed desperately. I mean, I'll put a slight indent in the center. It doesn't need to be as dramatic as the other side, but There we go. I think another thing that's probably throwing it off is the fact that this shoe looks so much closer than it actually is. Because the back of the shoe, how about not actually make random dots on the page? You know what? I'll just do. No, I want to. There we go. You know what? Let's do green. The back of the shoe is right about here. So is it slightly off? Yes. But let's see how. Oh, is it? It's actually not off at all. Okay. Slightly just because of the heel, but other than that, it's actually not too bad. Is there a way I can fix that heel and still have it so it doesn't look flat? Then take that off and turn that off. It definitely looks odd, but I think. Oh. I think if I do that instead, where it's not too much, as well as bring this more down. There we go. And then I can go pop, 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 pop. And that was all of that side. Technically, there is a quicker way to do this, but my pen is still in my hand, so you know what? That's fine. There we go. Let's combine those. That is the cheese one. That is the tilting to the left. We already did that. That's all of the details. So I'm going to quickly just get rid of that part. Essentially anything that's on the actual drawing itself, but I'll keep all the words. Don't know why I went all the way down to legs, but okay. That works. We need to lower the opacity just so it's not taking attention away from the actual thing. For now, that can remain the title. And you can remain the ground. I just need to make it so you don't actually exist on the character themselves. Oh, damn. There we go. And you know what? Wait. Let's do bop. I'm gonna erase the lines No, I didn't mean to make it like that. I meant to just pick it up. I go right about here. Just so it's not covering the whole page and we have more area to do stuff. Oh, it is almost 1:30. Okay, night sage. You're most likely not going to be missing it too much. I just want to do a quick once over on the actual line art, just to make sure I'm not missing something. I mean, there's a little... I don't want to throw my pen. That would be very counterproductive. Okay. Let's do that, and then carefully erase that. There we go. And I think I can get away with putting a crease line there, even though it's not a dramatic crease. It's enough of one that's like, okay, we could do that. The shoe itself, I need to have it so the edges are actually touching the ground. Otherwise, well, then they're kind of not touching the ground. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot the rest of the shoelaces. Because it's an untied shoe. I just forgot the rest of the shoelaces. I got the ones that are holding the tongue, well, barely holding the tongue of the shoe down, but it's enough. And then the other lace is probably a little bit more in front. Well, then again, I could just make it so it's uneven. That works. We have the shirt, we have the hair, we have the light, ghostwriting, EMF, freezing temps. It works with and without. Okay. I think that is going to be all for tonight. I got the line art done, which I am very happy with. Wait. No, not yet. Wait. No. I forgot the sock. I'm going to add other things on this side, but I forgot the sock. We can't forget the sock. It's a very minor thing that we're not going to see for a little bit because I chose to do the comfy, having to be somewhat able to go outside look. I don't know why I chose that look, but that is the look I went for, so it is what I drew. And then, bop. There we go. Oh, there's a wisp. No wisps. There we go. I don't know why I decided to make it a crumpled sock, but you know what? Sometimes you gotta have a crumpled sock drawing. There we go. Wait. Bop, bop, bop. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop. There we go. And now I can go all the way down and turn that off. Now we have the sock. We have the outline of the character themselves. And we can also, if there's anything else about the character specifically, we can be like, okay, let's add this, and we could do that then. But for now, I think that is going to be all for me today, because, oh, I've been drawing for 6 hours. Jeez. Okay. You know what? Yay. 6 hours of progress. I'm going to quickly save now that I think about it. But yeah, 6 hours of progress. There are a few things that I need to figure out, because I need to first do a little research on what a skullduggery-esque book cover would be. Then I also need to figure out what the little end of the bookmark should be, as well as the logo for the shirt. If you guys have any recommendations, you can put it in the chat. Well, not in the chat. The chat's gonna close in a bit. But in the description, not the description, in the comments. Ah, yes. Something that is down there. But you can throw it in the comments, be like, hey, this should be on the shirt, or this should be hanging from the bookmark. And if it sparks inspiration, then we'll do it. But yeah, that's going to be all for me today. So thank you all so much for watching, and thank you so much for joining. If you like the live stream, go ahead and hit the like button. If you want to see more content from me, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. And if you want to get notified for any future live streams or videos, go ahead and hit the notification bell. And I'll see you beautiful people next time. Bye!